I am going to call to order the Burlington City Council meeting at 6:03 p.m. I am Mark Barlow. I am sitting in for Ben, who is going to be late to the meeting, and when he gets here, he'll take my place here. So the first item on our agenda is the agenda, and I would entertain a motion on our agenda tonight.
Motion to adopt the agenda. Add that the consent agenda item 6.14, Old North End cleanup proposal, Gene Bergman, Laura Sanchez, milligram per Council President Travers per Councilor Newbeeser.
Is there a second? Any discussion on the agenda before we vote? I see inquisitive looks.
I was just wondering if that was pulled from the consent agenda.
No, I think it was added.
Added
Okay,
to the consent.
thank you.
Added to the consent.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of our agenda as amended, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That is unanimous. Next item on our agenda is an executive session to get an update on union negotiations. And before I turn to Councilor Singh for a motion, is there anything that the administration can share on this item?
Well, I can say that union negotiations, or premature general public knowledge of the status of labor negotiations places the city at a disadvantage, and therefore it is an exception to the open meeting law and is appropriately discussed in an executive session, which is what BED, the electric department. So this will be an update on the Burlington Electric Department labor negotiations with IBEW.
Okay, thank you, Attorney Brown. So with that, I will turn to Councilor Singh for the first of two motions.
Move to make a specific finding that premature general public knowledge of the status of the city's labor negotiations would clearly place the city at a substantial disadvantage.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have first and a second. Any discussion on that first motion? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Point of information. Sorry, Councilor Barlow.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't recognize Councilor McKnight and Councilor Newbees are online. I apologize for that. Go ahead, Councilor.
I don't believe a link for the executive session has been circulated. So I just want.
We'll make sure that gets done, I guess, downstairs. Thank you for pointing that out. So we have a first and a second. Mm-hmm. Is there any other discussion on the first motion? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous. And if you would give us the second of the two-part motion, Councilor Singh.
No problem. Based upon that finding, move to enter executive session pursuant to 1 VSA 313A1B to discuss the status of bargaining, a successor labor relations agreement with the IBEW, and to include in attendance the city's bargaining team and staff from the Human Resources Department, Department of Finance and Administration, and the city's attorney's office.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous, and we are in executive session. We have a work session planned when we come out of executive session, but we'll also be doing public comment at time certain 6:30, so we'll see how that all goes. Next on our agenda is public forum. We did have two work sessions warned, and we're going to turn to those right after public forum, but public forum was warned for a time certain of 6:30, so we're going to that next. Under our rules for public forum, we'll first hear. Go ahead.
I just want to recuse myself from public forum.
Okay,
Thank
very
you.
good, thank you. Noted. Okay, under our rules, we first hear from Burlington residents here in City Hall. We'll then turn to Burlington residents online, followed by non-Burlington residents here in City Hall, and lastly, non-Burlington residents online. As a reminder, online participants in public forum must sign up at least an hour in advance of the meeting. Whether in person or online, each speaker will be allowed 2 minutes. When I call your name, if you're here in City Hall, please come to the table. Make sure the microphone is on, and there should be a green light illuminated on the microphone itself. And hold the microphone close to your mouth because it's hard for us to hear otherwise. For those online, I'll let you know once you've been unmuted. I don't know if we'll have an on-screen timer tonight, but we'll keep track, and you're also allowed 2 minutes. When providing comments, please direct them to me as the chair and not to any other individual. It's important that City Hall remain a safe place for those in attendance and for those watching our meetings. The council certainly respects and values diversity of opinion on public issues. We ask, however, that all comments be free from individualized attacks, hate, harassment, obscenities, or other derogatory language about individuals, particularly an individual's protected characteristics. We also ask that public comments avoid conduct that is unreasonably loud, disruptive, or discourteous. If I interrupt a speaker at any point, it will be to give them an opportunity to act in accordance with these rules. If someone continues to violate these rules, I reserve the right to end public comment at that point in time. With that, we will begin with Burlington residents here in City Hall. And our first speaker is Andrea Vietz, and Andrea will be followed by Nick Persampieri. Go ahead, Andrea.
Good evening. I'm Andrea Vietz. I'm the director at Heineberg Community Senior Center in the New North End. I also served as a member of the Burlington Aging Council, and I just wanted to come tonight. I know that you're going to look at the resolution reenacting the Aging Council under the auspices of REIB, which I think is great. Inclusion applies to many different categories of people, including older people. I also just wanted to say that I hope that this is a moment where we move forward with some action steps, and that this is not kind of a performative approval of some words. Right now, the city of Burlington has a population that is about 18% people 65 and older. By 2050, when our big plans are aiming toward, it will be more like 1 in 3 adults, 33%. It's a huge number of older people, and we need to really think about that in terms of services, housing design, universal access, transportation, nutrition, and so forth. I also wanted to note that when this plan was approved by the council about a year ago, it was just prior to the closing of Core Senior Center, which had been run by the city. And the plan talks about building on that location and those services, and we're working to do that in the New North End. We also really want to see more services provided in the downtown core where people are. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. Next is Nick Persampieri, and Nick will be followed by Ashley Adams.
Thank you to the Mayor's Climate Advisory Group. The group's final report contains some good recommendations. However, the closed advisory process did not provide for public participation, and there are some major omissions. Most glaringly, there is no plan for retiring McNeil in the near term. I submitted proposals to fix 2 of our flawed climate policies that have resulted from the city looking to Burlington Electric, a major carbon polluter, for climate policy development. The advisory group refused to consider my proposals. First, I recommended replacing the net zero energy roadmap with a policy which calls for reducing greenhouse gas emissions from all sources in all sectors. The net zero roadmap gives McNeil and other non-fossil fuel sources of greenhouse gases a free pass. And worse yet, it calls for pursuit of the district energy project, which would perpetuate McNeil's high greenhouse gas emissions. Second, I recommended eliminating the incentives for so-called renewable high greenhouse gas emitting heating systems, including the district energy project and wooden pellet stoves, which are created by exempting them from the carbon pollution impact fee. The fee applies only to fossil fuel systems. Especially given the hospital's plans to expand, we need to eliminate this incentive, which may steer the hospital and others away from electrification and thermal energy networks. I also recommended we consider requiring electric heating and appliances in new buildings. I hope the city will consider these proposals going forward and develop a climate governance structure that takes Burlington Electric out of the driver's seat. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Next, we have Ashley Adams, followed by Milo Grant.
Hi there, Ashley Adams, Burlington resident, business owner, mom. I appreciated the opportunity to serve on the Mayor's Climate Advisory Group. It's important to note that the group was asked to put forward proposals that were strictly actionable in the short term. The group did not hear from experts on the environmental, health, or economic impacts of bioenergy, for example. Consequently, McNeil, which is responsible for twice as much carbon pollution as Burlington's transportation and thermal sectors combined, was not taken up in any meaningful way. The Climate Advisory Report rightfully highlights the importance of nature-based solutions to fight the climate and ecological crises. In fact, closing McNeil would be the most impactful nature-based solution that we could adopt. I strongly support continuing the elementary tree planting program, which indirectly absorbs about 24 tons of carbon a year. But I hope you will appreciate the irony of supporting this program while allowing McNeil to chip 300,000 or 400,000 tons of carbon-absorbing trees annually, burn them at McNeil, and pump them out the stack in the form of 300,000 or 400,000 tons of carbon pollution. Allowing this to continue undercuts all other climate work that we're doing or hope to do in this city. And it exposes the surrounding environmental justice community to additional, totally unnecessary and deeply unjust toxic air pollution. Ecologists and climate scientists will tell you that intact forest ecosystems are our children's insurance policy against an uninhabitable future. When we allow mega polluters like McNeil to operate, we are shredding that insurance policy. Climate and biodiversity collapse is here and it's accelerating. As city councilors and mayor, you are in a uniquely powerful position to make a difference. I hope you will seize this remarkable opportunity and commit to shutting down McNeil by 2028. Later is simply too late. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashley. Next up is Mila Grant, followed by Charlie Messing.
Thank you. My name is Mila Grant, Central District City Councilor, which is Wards 2 and 3. Again, I'd like to remind everyone that this is a very distinct district made up of 4 neighborhoods: the Old North End, the downtown area, the waterfront area, and the King Maple. Represent the most diverse area in the entire state of Vermont, next to the city of Winooski. I have had my character, my experience, and my expertise be under pretty much relentless attacks the last several weeks, so I just want to be able to correct the record. First is just something that's informational. What is my experience? Most people know that I served on the police commission and then served on the Public Safety Committee and then chaired the Public Safety Committee. I'd like to say prior to the Police Commission, I was on the Special Committee to review policing policies after multiple lawsuits were filed against the city. In this committee, we reviewed training that our officers receive at the academy and continue to receive, or should have continued to receive, in the department itself. This training came from or was directed by staff at the Burlington Police Department, officers, chiefs, lieutenants, etc. I also received training from NACOL, the National Association for Civilian Oversight of Law Enforcement. I also was on the Joint Committee, which was the Police Commission and the City Council's Public Safety Committee, to put together RFPs for the consultants to review the police department and measure community trust. I was on a joint committee to review those proposals, select the consultants, and I served on additional committees to review the results, especially those recommendations made by CNA for the police department. Thank you.
Thank you, Mila. Next is Charlie Messing, followed by Lisa Lax.
Hello, Chair. Give my regards to the rest of the council when you see them. Chiefly, aside from the bus, I'll get to the bus, but the Council on Aging. I was in the Council on Aging before it passed away. I'm glad that it has come back to life, and we will accomplish a great deal in our zombie form. We really do need the number 11 bus. ADA, you say anything about older people, say anything about ADA accessible, you're talking about a hospital on top of a hill, and it's hard for people to get to the bus terminal from several blocks away if you're old and need the hospital badly. It used to be easy to get to it, and they are building the second half of the hospital outside town. It is impossible. They have got to realize that they're obligated to make the hospital accessible to the people, not just the people with cars. This is my firm belief. And I belong to car shares. That's all I can do. But we need that bus back, definitely. And the Council on Aging shall rise again, as I oversaid. I tend to overstate things in a low voice, though. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlie. Next we have Lisa Lax, followed by Joey. Excuse if I mispronounce your last name, maybe Corrigan?
So good evening. My name is Lisa Lax, and I'm a longtime resident of Ward 1. I'm here to comment on the final report of the Mayor's Climate Advisory Group. There are many good things in this report, and I appreciate the advisory group's thoughtful work. However, this report has some serious shortcomings. For one, there is little mention of a plan to close the McNeil plant, the primary stationary source of carbon emissions in Vermont. This should be a much larger subject in the report. As climate activist Greta Thunberg has expressed on numerous occasions, our planet, our home, is on fire. Our first order of business should be to put out the fire by drastically reducing and eliminating sources of greenhouse gases. As long as the McNeil plant is in operation, our city is contributing to the fire that is burning our home. It is not responsible to focus on climate resiliency at the expense of doing little or nothing to reduce the emission of greenhouse gases by a city-owned utility. Second, this report focused on climate justice, but does not mention the fact that lower income and marginalized people who live in the Old North End, close to the McNeil plant, are most affected by particulate matter and numerous poisonous chemicals that are released by the burning of biomass. According to the Vermont Environmental Disparity Index, residents of the Old North End are more vulnerable to environmental risks. Related to McNeil emissions, they are more likely to develop health conditions such as COPD, asthma, Parkinson's disease. This is not climate justice. In my mind, if these points are not accounted for, the city's climate policy plan will continue to have major flaws. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Next, we have Joey Corrigan. And that'll be followed by Mayor Moskowitz.
Mayor, city councilors, thank you for the opportunity to speak on the action plan. My name is Joey Corcoran, a 21-year resident of Burlington and member of Vermont Interfaith Actions Committee on Affordable Housing and Homelessness. I appreciate the thorough consultation the city has conducted with a variety of entities in getting feedback for this plan. However, in spite of your consultation with Chittenden County Homeless Alliance and individual providers within it, I don't see mention of three outstanding needs. The first is how existing encampments will be treated in the next year. I've heard rumors of removing people who have no homes from the waterfront. After what happened at Sears Lane some years back, I'm concerned that the tent community on the waterfront will be displaced with nowhere to go. I'm especially concerned knowing the state legislature is under pressure from the governor in considering a 70-day annual cap on hotel-motel stays for the most vulnerable amongst the unhoused population. This is likely to increase the number of homeless with only tents as possible shelter. I'd like to suggest that included in the action plan, the city have a humanitarian plan before displacing people from their existing encampment communities. I'd like to be involved in discussions of such a plan. Secondly, within the action plan, I'd like to see the city planning now for how to be able to offer extreme cold weather shelter at 10 degrees Fahrenheit versus -10. This would require being open more days, which could be a stretch on an already struggling city budget. I'm aware that in Montpelier, the City Hall basement is staffing their winter shelter with volunteers. Would it be possible to train Burlington residents to work alongside CVOEO at the Miller Center and stretch the extreme cold weather shelter for more days? Finally, I'm aware that there's an immediate need for a facility where unhoused people can shower and launder their clothes beyond what COTS Day Station provides. We call ourselves a sanctuary city. I urge you to use your imagination and faithful hearts to create a sanctuary for all of us.
Thank you, Joey.
Thank you.
Our last Burlington speaker here in Contoys is Mayor Moskowitz.
Thank you. Mayor, I'm a nice dress, blue and white, representing Israel. It's beautiful, actually. The University of Vermont recently hired a private consultant to determine how the health system can remain financially viable. Their conclusion was stark. The UVM health network must cut roughly $300 million over the next 3 years. My wife is a physician there. She was recently told she now has to see patients every 15 minutes instead of every 20, while also losing scribe support. That means less time with patients, more administrative burden, and ultimately worse care. People often talk about Medicare costs, aging populations, and the Green Mountain Care Board. What gets discussed far less is the enormous burden created by policies that tolerate and encourage open drug use and the devastating medical complications that follow. Overdoses, infections, neurological injuries, and psychiatric crisis. Over the past several weeks, I've spent time with unhoused, mentally ill, and addicted in this community. Mayor Emma, I'm talking to you. Please look at me.
Please direct your comments to me.
She's not looking at me, and I'm talking.
Well, you're addressing, this is public forum, and I said at the beginning, our rules are for you to direct your comments to me as the chair.
Okay, I think
Please
there's a First
continue.
Amendment speech violation right now. She's not listening to me while I'm addressing her.
I'm asking you to direct your comments to me.
That's fair.
If you cannot comply with that, well, just end your public forum right
Sure,
now.
I'm happy to agree. Over the past several weeks, I've spent time with unhoused, mentally ill, and addicted in this community. Many told me they feel abandoned by leadership that enables these conditions instead of confronting them. Allowing drugs outside the mayor's office in a public bathroom is not compassion. It is abandonment disguised as compassion. And I would also like to let everyone know that till this day, no one in City Hall has told Mikey from Chocolate Thunder that his employee who worked at City Hall wearing keffiyeh sent me messages which included, and this is really horrible, why am I trying to talk to City Hall personnel about your right to protest genocide when you could be killing brown kids yourself? Isn't that supposed to be your birthright? And go pick up a rifle, among other messages. The people here who have not tried to help should be ashamed of themselves. And Mayor, as always, please resign.
Next we're going to turn to Burlington speakers online. And with the help of Lori Olberg, we're going to enable microphones. We don't have a timer up, but we'll keep track of your time here and let you know if you run over. Our first Burlington resident online is Robin Lloyd.
Councilor Barlow, I signed up as a Burlington.
Excuse me?
I signed up as a Burlington resident.
I do not have.
It had a number 2 on it.
What number were you?
2.
Number 2.
Maybe I did the wrong color.
That was Nick Persampieri. If you're a Burlington resident and you're here in Contois, please come up and we'll just hold those online residents for a moment. We're going to need you to state your name for the record and have that for us for our meeting record.
Of course. Good.
Yeah.
Hi, everyone. My name is Andre Clark. I'm a resident of Ward 2 and the founder of Street Cats Burlington, a local mutual aid organization focused on building solidarity with our unhoused neighbors. I'm here to speak about the city's 2026 action plan for housing and community development and what I see as a lack of any real action to reduce homelessness. While I appreciate the city's continued partnership with local social service agencies to provide shelter and other resources to our neighbors, the action plan has no new actionable items. We know that maintaining the status quo and continuing to provide the same number of shelter beds and supportive services is not enough. We have heard from members of the Chittenden County Homeless Alliance and our unhoused neighbors that there are not enough shelter beds or places to sleep, and this was before more people were exited from the motels into unsheltered homelessness. We saw the result of our lack of imagination and action this past winter when many of our neighbors slept outside on the coldest nights of the year, and our friend Perry Thornley lost his life due to the lack of cold weather shelter. I'm calling on the city to incorporate a plan for the winter that includes raising the temperature threshold for emergency shelter from -10 to 0 or 10 degrees, and to develop a strategy to provide drop-in shelter beds for the winter. I am also calling on the city and the rest of the county to develop a safe encampment policy that provides a space where our neighbors can rest, exist, without being stigmatized and shunned, have access to bathrooms and hand washing stations, and access resources from social service providers. I understand that encampments are not a good long-term plan, but they can help provide a bridge as we move towards sustainable housing. I have heard a lot of talk about removing encampments, preventing people from camping in certain areas, and have seen a push to remove people seen as less desirable from our public spaces. The question I have been asked, and that I am now asking you, is where should people go? If people can't be in City Hall Park, the Urban Reserve, or the waterfront, where are they allowed to be? I know we are capable of working collaboratively to address these issues, and I hope you will consider putting more thought and imagination into this plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Andre. And now we'll turn to Burlington residents online. And our first Burlington resident online is Robin Lloyd. We've enabled your microphone, Robin. Go ahead.
Okay, but can't you show my picture? I mean, or show me speaking?
I think we see your picture, it's just very small. Go ahead.
I mean, a live picture of me. Well, okay, I'm
we
sorry,
can't
that's
do
not
that.
happening. But I want to thank you and Burlington City Arts for granting me use of the lobby of City Hall for my art show. I hope you've all stopped and take notice of some of the paintings. My work is not overtly political, although I am. And though some of the drawings were done in Cuba and were inspired by my trip back there in the 80s when Jane Driscoll and Bernie Sanders were going there quite often. So I just want to add that the art scene in Cuba was very interesting, and it may still be. I hope everyone goes there, and I hope you enjoy my show, which will be up through the end of the month with a special event on Sunday, the 24th, from 3 to 4, I think. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin. Our next Burlington resident online is former Councilor Sharon Busher. Go ahead, Sharon.
Yes, thank you. Good evening. I want to get clarification. I believe there's a public hearing on the 2026 draft action plan, and
Yes,
I
there
was
is.
going to, okay, I was going to
You're in
make comments
both.
then.
Right,
Okay,
yeah.
very good. But okay, these are comments now regarding your agenda tonight, not the action plan. On your agenda, there is, on the deliberative agenda, there's an item for SECORD, adoption of an MOU. And my question is, I'm familiar with MOUs and how this goes, but my question is, in that there is, in the memo, which was very clear, there's an opportunity for them to access some money from the Housing Trust Fund, and not around $500,000, I think is what the request is, and it's no guarantee. But also there is in that MOU also an acknowledgement, because of them providing affordable housing, some reduction in the cost of impact fees, and also some permitting fees also being reduced. A lot of that is consistent with some of the processes that move forward for any development. My question is, City Place didn't have that. I don't know if Cambrian Rise had any of those opportunities. And my question is this a unique situation, or is this a template for steps in the future to make larger developments and have more inclusionary units? If so, then I'm just wondering, will this hopefully will be offered to all larger developments, or is this a unique case? I know you don't answer questions, but it did give me pause and wondered why this was offered to this particular development and not to others. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. And our last Burlington resident online is Pike Porter. Go ahead, Pike.
Good evening. Thank you for the chance to speak. First, I'd like to thank the mayor for keeping climate in the forefront of City Council's eyes and ears. It's been a while since climate has been a topic of discussion. So I'm glad to see it is tonight, and I'm glad to see that there was some kind of movement on climate. I'd like to reiterate, however, the comments that other people have made. While I do think this is a good step forward, it's clearly a baby step. And I would like to just give one example, well, maybe two. Some of you may or may not know that there was and still is a climate action plan that was that the city produced in 2014. That also had some action steps, and departments had a list of things to do. And though that climate action plan and those steps, that task force, all that's all but forgotten these days. Instead replaced with a scaled down net zero energy roadmap that doesn't even really reduce carbon, just fossil fuel use. So I hope that this baby step is an actual step, not performative, and moves us forward. And my example, I was at an NPA meeting, Ward 3 NPA meeting, and I asked DPW, who was talking about sidewalks there, how they were going to help, or had they considered trying to reduce the carbon footprint of the concrete in the sidewalks, because concrete can be fairly carbon intensive. And they said, no, we hadn't considered it, but they would be welcome to ideas. And I point this out as an example of where the city could be, but is not, just thinking about ways to reduce carbon in all of its decisions. Often this is also a cheaper, safer, healthier way of going about business. A couple of years ago, I think zoning hired a plane rather than use drones to work on their reassessment. And I don't think they even thought about the carbon impact.
Please wrap up, Ike.
I'll end there. Thank you.
Thank you. And next, we're going to turn to non-Burlington residents here in Contois, and we just have one speaker, Linda Huisman. I probably mispronounced your name again. I know I did it once before.
Good evening, and thank you for allowing me to speak here. My name is Leonard Huisman, and I will make 3 points. First, when deciding what energy sources to use to supply the city and its citizens with heat and power, the city councilors need to have access to all the facts first. I have sent each one of you a 2-page document outlining the facts about the use of biomass as a source of power, and I have copies of that document with me here. Second, Burlington has chosen to meet its greenhouse gas emission goals by reducing the use of fossil fuels and replacing them by renewable energy. That was a mistake. Renewable does not imply that the source will actually be renewed, and it does not imply that it will perform its main function, the reduction of greenhouse gases. Burning wood, for example, will not. Third, the largest emitter of CO2 in Burlington is the McNeil Power Plant. In the last 6 years, the yearly emissions in the transportation and thermal sectors combined were around 180,000 tons of CO2, and the total reduction in that period was about 9,000 tons. The yearly emissions by McNeil in that same period were well over 300,000 tons of CO2, and the year-to-year variations could be over 40,000 tons of CO2. These are the facts. No rational decision about the future of McNeil can be made while continuing to ignore or even hide these facts. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we have no more speakers, so I will end public forum and move back to our agenda. But we also have 2 other smaller meetings that are warned. We have a local control commission warned for 7 and a city council with the mayor presiding warned for 7:05. So before I turn back to our city council agenda, I'm going to turn first for these 2 small meetings. The first is the Local Control Commission. So I'll briefly recess City Council and call to order the Local Control Commission at 7:08. And the first item on our agenda is the agenda, so can I have a motion on that, please?
I move to adopt the agenda.
Thank you. Commissioner Broderick, is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Singh. The only item on this agenda is the consent agenda, and I'll turn Back to Councilor Broderick for a motion on that, or Commissioner Broderick.
I move to adopt the consent agenda and take the actions indicated.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Singh, Commissioner Singh. On any discussion on that? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate by saying aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. And I don't think I voted on our agenda either, did I? Did I vote on the agenda? I didn't. I probably should go back and do that, even though it's out of order. So we passed our consent agenda, but just for the record, I think we should vote on the agenda as well. So all those in favor of the agenda indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that's unanimous as well. Thank you. And I apologize for that. And so with no further business and absent objection, I'll adjourn the Local Control Commission at 7:09 and turn to our next mini meeting, which is the City Council with Mayor presiding. And I'll turn to Emma Mulvaney-Stanek for that.
Thank you, Acting President Barlow. I will call to order the City Council with Mayor presiding on Monday, May 11th, 2026 at 7:10 p.m. Our first item is the agenda. Is there a motion on the agenda?
So moved.
Moved by Councilor Litwin.
That's me.
Oh, Councilor Singh, sorry about that. Yep.
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Barlow. Thank you. Any discussion on the agenda before we vote? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Motion carries unanimously. On to item number 2.1, the Cherry Street condemnation request reconnecting Bank and Cherry Street regarding DPW. Come on up. Hello, team. I assume you two will take it away. Yep. Okay, great. Thank you for being here.
I appreciate it. Chapin's not here right now. So it's just Corey Mims, Senior Public Works Engineer with City of Burlington here.
Israel Maynard with Stantec Consulting. I'm the design engineer on the project.
And we have Laura Wheelock, City Engineer, online. I'm trying to share a PDF real quick with you all. I had to send a request to share. So, yeah, we're here tonight to talk about, this is the Cherry Street condemnation process. I apologize, Chapin was supposed to be our opener, so I will have to step in and do my best. With regards to this, let's see, I think it's open. All right, sorry, technical difficulties on this a little bit. Okay, we're good to go. So, the Cherry Street condemnation process, so similar to other projects where we are going to do construction and there is necessity of being able to perform work outside of the public's right-of-way. Typically, there are easements that have to be obtained in order to complete said work. For the Cherry Street project, predominantly our right-of-way runs on the outer edge of the sidewalk on both the northern and southern sides of Cherry Street. And so as part of that, we are needing to come forward to working with the property owners to get easements on the portions of the parcels that would be impacted for the reconstruction of the sidewalk and driveway aprons underneath the Cherry Street redesign. And additionally, there are a few other outstanding items that are being addressed with this as well, which would consist of an existing storm structure on one parcel that is the city's property, but currently is not available via an easement or access for that particular structure. So that is what we're needing this for, and we're moving forward with coming here tonight.
Yeah, so I'm going to step in and take us through kind of what we've been doing over the past 6 months to a year, what we're doing currently, and then what we need to do to get to our deadline in September. So most recently in November 2025-ish, we submitted the right-of-way plans, and those were based on our overall street design. Those right-of-way plans identified easements that we would need to complete this project. January 2026, After V-Trans review of those right-of-way plans and V-Trans approval, we had meetings with the property owners to discuss the potential easements. Concurrently with that, we were developing the final plans. We submitted a draft of those final plans, 85% final plans, in April 2026. So that brings us pretty much to what we're doing right now. So we're currently working through right-of-way acquisition. City staff has provided comments on those final draft 85% plans, so we're incorporating those comments. Next slide. So our upcoming milestones, so end of this month, we're submitting those final plans to V-Trans, and they'll get to review those for approximately a month. Once we get all those comments incorporated, we'll make sure we get through all the permit submissions that we'll need, and that will set us up nicely for a contract plan submission in August, which is the 100% that's ready to bid. That's very important that we hit that date because we have a September deadline for our construction authorization from FHWA, which is a key milestone for the congressionally directed spending grant that the city has to complete this work.
So, as I said, we're here tonight specifically for Cherry Street. Specifically, at this point, it has separate with our funding, the CDS. We have those deadlines, and in order to ensure that we are maintaining and meeting all of our obligations, part of that is securing the right-of-way in a timely manner. As it stands, currently we have 10 parcels along this area that are requiring easements for construction activities. At this point, we have reached agreements with 5 of the properties. 2 of the remaining properties are with the state of Vermont, which we assume we will work through in advance of the necessity hearing. That's the hope. And then there are 3 other remaining parcels in the area that we are still working with to try to come to a resolution in advance of the necessity hearing. But at the same time, we are following the process to start and get a set date for the hearing here from you in regards to just continuing that process to ensure that we are able to maintain all aspects of this funding obligations. So with that, again, this is just an aerial of the, street segments that we had just indicated. So again, the request really tonight here with this City Council Mayor presiding is to work to set the date for the necessity and compensation hearings. During previous communication, we had just had a few dates. In order to meet our timeline, we proposed a few dates, and we were looking to see if the June 22nd date is preferable, but we would look to get that date set by you all here tonight. I would say this is just, again, a general cut sheet of what the Cherry Street redevelopment is going to be looking like on this final slide. I would just, City Engineer Wheelock, if there's anything else additional to be added.
No, I do think that we should show them the motion with the proposed date filled in, though.
Yes. And the final is, again, the motion that is in the memo had the dates blank as we were waiting on a time to be determined. As such, this is the motion language with the added in June 22nd proposed date for the necessity and compensation meetings, as well as an additional item, which would be to set the site visit at the same, on the same date in advance, an hour before the meeting. So this is the suggested motion language that we were looking for action, and we would take any questions.
Thank you, Corey. You did a fine job. Chapin had a last minute thing come up. So with that, actually, I have one question, which I'll just ask as the chair, just to clarify. Were we intending to line this with a city council meeting for the hearing date of June 22nd? And I'm only asking because the city council currently has posted June 15th and the 29th of June.
I believe this would be a special hearing or special date, correct?
Yeah, so this would be a special meeting. We need a minimum of 30 days from the date that the city council chooses to set the time of the hearing to provide proper notification to property owners. The earliest that we could do that and ensure that they've received their mail is June 22nd. In discussions with Council President Travers, he preferred the special meeting versus trying to fit it in with an existing city council meeting on the 29th. But again, this is proposed language. If it would like to be discussed further, it can be.
Thank you, Laura. I wasn't aware of that, and I was just trying to do a solid for this crew who has a lot of meetings. So we have a lot of meetings in June. So thank you for that clarification. Councilor Travers is not here yet. He has a work conflict, so that just fills a little bit of a gap. Thank you. With that, I will really open it for questions. Councilor Bergman.
So just in looking at my schedule, it appears that I've got a conflict which would let me be at least remote for the council meeting, but I'm not clear that I can make the site visit. So if you could just comment on the requirement to be physically present at the site visit, and whether that would negate, if I cannot be there, then what impact would that have on the my presence at the council meeting? And I'm sure that would go for anybody else who had a conflict.
Yep, thank you. It is mandatory that we set a site visit time and date. It is not mandatory that it is attended. So you are welcome to be remote. We will include photographs of the different properties and give our best indication of the locations in which we are requesting. But as Corey had mentioned, this is a pretty minor request of these different properties just so that we can reconstruct our sidewalk.
All set. Thank you, Councilor Bergman. Any other questions or comments? Councilor Grant.
Couple of quick questions. So we have to follow this timeline in order to accept the money. And when would we be looking at construction starting?
So the current schedule has us getting construction authorization in September of 2026. You know, obviously, we're not going to start any construction that time of year because we're going right into winter. So the plan would be then to bid the project over the winter, fall and winter, give the contractors a lot of time to dig into these plans and really put together good bids, and then start construction in the spring of 2027.
Spring of 2027. Okay. I would like to see, if possible, we get as much feedback from the business community that has really been through it with regards to the St. Paul Street project, the Main Street project, the dual Main Street intersecting with Pine Street project, and there is a feeling that businesses need relief. So just to throw that out there, but obviously if pushing out the start date jeopardizes the funds, I would understand that, but we just want to be making sure that we're doing better communication and also better signage as well, which was an area that we failed in around the Main Street project. Thank you.
Just to clarify our schedule, we do absolutely need to move through and solidify the easements that are required for the funding. The funding itself has already been accepted. Corey, maybe if you want to unshare your screen, it'll just make our dialogue a little easier. And so we do need to solve these property rights to kind of prove to the funding source, which we have already accepted. The City Council accepted the grant back in 2023, I believe, was the time frame for that. And we've been using those funds to create the design. Councilor Grant, to your point, so spring of 2027 is the earliest that we will likely be able to start the construction project, but it is not the latest that we have to start. Fundamentally, it'll be 2 years of construction, and to your point, if through any other outreach or input that we receive, we could start the project a little bit later, but certainly no later than spring of 2028. The funding does come with a timeline that we need to be complete by, which is September of 2030.
Thank you.
For this portion.
Thank you, Laura. Thank you, Councilor Grant. Councilor Litwin.
Thank you. And I remember being on Tuke when we were discussing this project, and I wanted to thank you for all the work you did to make sure that this was not happening while the students were in the high school. And I think we can all agree that Cherry Street is in desperate need of repair, including, we used to have somebody who came pretty much every council meeting from Cathedral Square. I haven't seen her in a while, asking for the sidewalks to be redone. So this is important work. Being particularly familiar with Cherry Street myself, I was looking at the addresses and the architectural diagrams you have attached to tonight, and was just curious, a lot of those properties have no setback. They're just right up against the sidewalk. And so I'm wondering if, and I think this is where a site visit is actually going to be really helpful for us. But maybe if you could walk through what some of the sticky wickets are, particularly that may be holding up the 3 properties that you're saying you're still in conversation with, and if there's any sort of significant impact for them.
So the property rights that we're requesting are somewhere between 4 to 6 feet on the backside of the sidewalk. It depends on a paved driveway, the steepness of a slope. The properties where their building face is the exact edge of the sidewalk are properties we actually don't need requests from, because we can reconstruct the sidewalk with that firm edge of their building and not need to go onto their property in general. So really it is the properties on Cherry Street, which is a little bit more unique, where the buildings are set back from the side of the sidewalk, where they have lawn, landscaping, and driveways that as we reconstruct the sidewalk, it actually takes a little bit to go into their property. I wouldn't say that there's really any sticky wicket kind of property owners, similar to the conversation under the Winooski Bridge. This is just a really fast timeline to ask anybody to settle property rights, and specifically on Cherry Street, there's some larger entities, state of Vermont, and a couple other businesses that they just have a large process, like we would have a large process. And unfortunately, 6 months just may not be enough time for someone to be able to review the documents and settle and feel comfortable signing easements.
Okay, thanks. And then the second question I had, and should wrap me up, is about the phasing, or if there's going to be phasing, because you're talking about Cherry Street, the entire length of Cherry Street from Battery to South Winooski. So I think to Councilor Grant's point, since most of the businesses that we would really want to make sure are not being as impacted would be on that block from South Winooski to St. Paul Street, probably, roughly speaking, or maybe, no, sorry, not St. Paul Street, Church Street. And so then my question would be, are you planning on phasing it so that Cherry Street can be used in any way, at least for parking, while the western end of Cherry Street is being worked on?
I'm actually going to let Israel answer that. They've done a mock-up of various different traffic control scenarios to address that question.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, so this came up a lot during our meetings with the property owners, and one of the things that was really a theme of every property owner is they don't want the road entirely closed. So we did do a lot of work in looking at phasing, and especially with a lot of the utility work, really trying not to put anything right down the middle, because then you have to close both sides. So what we were able to accomplish is a scheme in which we can keep it going one way for the entire duration of the project. I think there's still some work to be done, whether that's keeping it open east to west the whole time, west to east the whole time, or varying depending on what they're doing. But that's for some future discussions. And yeah, we also are putting limitations on the contractor as far as how long along Cherry Street can be constructed at a time. We don't want them closing half the road for the entire length of the project and then closing the other half for the entire length. We're really going to encourage them to break it down into, say, 300 to 500 foot segments and get that area constructed back up to grade so it can be driven on, and then move on down the road so that we keep as much parking during construction as possible.
Thanks, Mayor. If I'm at time, I'm happy to email my final
I didn't realize we'd have so many questions, so it would be great to.
I can send an email. It's a non-urgent
Okay,
question.
so okay, great, thank you. Any other final questions or comments from councilors? Councilor, second pass quickly. You were brief before, though.
Yeah, but so if you could go back to your first slide with the dates, because the motion that you're asking us for talks about a necessity hearing and a compensation hearing, but what I saw or remember, and this is why I need to get that corrected, is for the site visit and a necessity. And I just want to just make sure in terms of the difference between the necessity and the compensation hearings that we're all set. So I just need to, because we've got blanks that we've got to fill in.
Yeah, sorry, okay, yeah, second.
Yeah, so in filling this in tonight for you, I noticed that we need to also note that there is a site visit that you would also declare the time and date for, which is what's required in statute.
So the motion needs to reflect also a date for the site visit. Is that correct?
Yes, so everything listed in bold on the screen is an amendment to the motion in your packet.
Okay, so to set a date,
So the proposed language for the motion, Councilor Bergman, is right up on the screen, and we are very lucky to have you and all of you here tonight, so thank you for catching that. Are you all set?
I'm all set.
Okay,
Just
are
want
we
to
ready
make sure
for?
we're doing the right thing.
Yep, are we ready for a motion?
Sure, I am.
Councilor Bergman, are you ready?
I'm ready to make a motion if anybody wants to.
Well, I'm presiding,
follow
so
me.
go for it, please.
There you go. I would move that the city council authorizes the city to initiate proceedings pursuant to 19 VSA Chapter 7 for the highway alteration project known as Reconnecting Bank and Cherry, Burlington CDS CD 23 parens 1, and to set a time and place for the site visit and hearings to determine necessity and compensation, if any, at the times and places described in the attached draft citation/notice. And A, to set the date for the necessity hearing on Monday, June 22nd, 2026 at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. B, to set a date for the compensation hearing on Monday, June 22nd, 2026 at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And C, to set a date for the site visit on Monday, June 22nd, 2026 at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Thank you, Councilor Bergman, well done. Is there a second on the motion?
Second.
Second by Councilor Grant, thank you. Any further discussion on the motion on the floor? Councilor Barlow.
Just that, I think we're in Eastern Daylight Time this time of the year. It's a nit for sure, but no, yeah?
Are they different?
I think
If they're like an hour later, then I would like to amend
Okay.
that. Thank you very much. I was just reading that. There's a lot of stuff. To Eastern Daylight.
EDT, yeah.
Say that again?
Eastern Daylight Time?
Eastern Daylight Time.
So there's a friendly amendment, it seems, to the maker, and who is my seconder? Councilor Grant, is that friendly? So it will read 6 p.m. EDT, 6 p.m. EDT, 5 p.m. EDT. Are we all following? Yes, thank you for that. Any further discussion or questions on the question on the floor? All right, with that, I'll call the question. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Motion carries unanimously. Team, thank you very much for being here. Laura, thanks for being online. And with that, with no other business for the mayor presiding city council, I will adjourn this meeting at 7:32 p.m. Thank you. And pass it back to you, acting president.
And with that, we will return to our city council meeting at 7:32 p.m. And the next item on our agenda is a work session on, it's item 3.1, final recommendations report from the Mayor's Climate Advisory Group. And I'll turn it back to you, Mayor.
Thank you, Acting President Barlow. Well, as Jen joins me at the table, I'm going to open up this item and work session with just a few comments for the public and for our counselors. I want to thank, first of all, I'll say this a couple times, but thank Jen for being here tonight with me to present the report from this advisory group. Moving Burlington forward on climate has been one of my key priorities during my first term as mayor. And tonight we mark an important milestone that signals the beginning of a new phase of climate action. Over the past year, my administration brought together a diverse group of residents, technical experts, city staff, and city councilors to help answer a critical question. How does Burlington lead on climate in a way that is ambitious, practical, equitable, and financially responsible? Because we all know Burlington is already experiencing the effects of climate change, from flooding and extreme weather to infrastructure and public health challenges. This is no longer a future issue, it is a present responsibility. And the present moment is not an easy one. The financial landscape is challenging, and national headwinds are making climate progress even more difficult. But those realities cannot be an excuse for standing still. Our responsibility is to adapt and meet this moment with practical investments that strengthen Burlington's future and reduce long-term cost. Because climate action is an opportunity to lower our cost over time, to improve public health, to strengthen our neighborhoods, and to protect our natural resources, and to make our city more resilient for the next generation. I created this advisory group because the choices we make now will shape Burlington for decades, and I wanted to make sure that we're making the best possible choices in this present moment. I asked the group to ground its recommendations in reality, to consider our budget constraints currently, to center equity, to build on our existing work across the city, and to focus on actions all city departments and the community can actually begin implementing in the near term. By specifically centering equity, Burlington can advance a climate-resilient future in which all residents, especially those most affected by climate risk, have the opportunity to thrive. The group has not delivered just a list of ideas. It is a roadmap rooted in science, community expertise, and a clear understanding of municipal realities. One that focuses on the need to urgently increase our work and investments in adaptation and resilience to drive down Burlington's climate impact. Their work spans the systems that shape daily life here in Burlington: transportation, buildings, land use, food systems, waste, water, and nature-based solutions. One of the clearest messages in this report when you read it is that the climate progress does not happen on its own. It requires governance, accountability, and coordination across all of our city departments, institutions, and community partners. Importantly, if Burlington is going to continue to be a leader, we need to move from isolated projects to a citywide system change. That is why one of the report's most important recommendations is not what we do, but how we organize ourselves to do it. So our climate work is clearly owned, implemented, measured, and sustained, and is not dependent, regardless of one administration or one moment in time. This aligns with my administration's broader focus on moving Burlington forward by making government more effective, more accountable, and more oriented towards the future. Climate action is part of that same work, investing wisely, protecting residents, modernizing infrastructure, and ensuring that every neighborhood benefits from a more resilient city. Fundamentally, the city's climate leadership is about good governance, and I want to thank every member of this advisory group for their time, expertise, and thoughtfulness that they brought to this effort. Their recommendations will help guide the next chapter of Burlington's climate leadership. Thank you to Councilors Carter Newbeezer and Councilor Becca Brown McKnight for serving on this group from the council. And I especially want to thank the two co-chairs of the group, a New North End community member and NOFA Vermont Executive Director Grace Odell, and Jen Green, our Director of Sustainability and Workforce Development at Burlington Electric Department. They both spent many extra hours designing and facilitating the meetings of the group and preparing this report. I also want to express appreciation to specifically community members and members of this group, Elena Greenberg, Ita Meno, who is a policy equity analyst at BED, Zoe Richards, Dan Cahill, who's the land steward at Burlington Parks Recreation Waterfront, and Allie Kenny. All of them added significant contributions to the final written report, so that's added labor, and I really thank them for their time and effort. Grace was not able to join us here tonight, so I will turn it now over to Jen, who will walk us through the group's process and report and highlights. Thank you for being here, Jen.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mayor. I appreciate being here, and again, thank you for the opportunity.
I don't think your mic is on. You want to turn your mic on?
How's that? Great. And I'll reiterate again, it was a pleasure. Thank you so much for asking me, and I really appreciated working with Grace. She was a great partner. There is a slideshow. Thank you for pulling it up, Cara. In our few minutes together, I want to give you an overview of what happened in our climate group, including the tasks that we were charged with, the composition of the group, which the mayor outlined, the key sectors that we covered, the themes that emerged as we worked together over those many months together, and then a review of the recommendations. So thank you for your time. As the mayor mentioned, we were set forth with devising a group of recommendations that could be implemented in a fairly short time frame. We were charged with considering equity and ensuring that any of the recommendations that we put forth had an equity element and recognized the unequal distribution of climate issues on people of color, et cetera. We were charged with ensuring that we thought carefully about sort of the financial challenges and wanting to ensure that anything that we put forth was feasible and cost-effective. And then our recommendations had to have several or multiple co-benefits. The mayor iterated the group already, and I'll just say again, as noted, there were 12 community members, many of whom were experts in their own right. For example, Christina Erickson, as you know, is the director of locomotion, for example, or Jen Holliday is the communications director at CSWD. Zoe Richards runs the Wild Ways program, and Sandy Tebow is the director of CATMA, or the Chittenden Area Transportation Management Association, for example. And then, as the mayor mentioned, we had 2 counselors join us and 3 city staffers. The next slide, please. We looked back at the Climate Action Plan and considered the sectors that were outlined in that plan and realized that they brought forth both the opportunity to mitigate greenhouse gases while simultaneously making us more resilient. So again, some of these have been already outlined in the Climate Action Plan, and we brought them forth into our deliberations as a group. So the sectors included nature-based solutions, farm food and food security, water, waste, compost, and recycling, city planning, buildings, transportation, and then, although not sector-specific, important city assets, i.e. the Leahy International Airport and the McNeil Generating Station. So after much deliberation, and again, we used a consensus-based model, so every recommendation that was put forth in this proposal was agreed upon by the group, and much deliberation. We met starting in spring of last year all the way through the fall. We noticed that the key themes were beginning to emerge that we wanted to ensure were addressed regardless of which recommendations the mayor decided to put to advance. Number one was the recognition that while we continue to mitigate greenhouse gases in transportation and buildings, we really need to prepare for the future, become a more resilient city, and consider adaptation, and in particular, the role of nature-based solutions. Again, we have to be sure that everything we do has an equity focused, and hence all the recommendations that we put forward had equity as a theme. And another key element that came forward was this idea of governance and ensuring that recommendations have a way by which we can ensure that they are advanced. We don't want them just to be thoughts on paper, but that they are implemented, tracked, and monitored, and we knew that a solid governance structure was going to be imperative to making that happen. So I want to leave you with, of the 25 recommendations, a few sample recommendations, 1 or 2 from each of the various sectors that we covered, including the importance of expanding our natural habitat through planting a native species. Some of this is started, but we need to continue to advance this work and really empower parks and Department of Public Works to do that. A second key recommendation that we were particularly enamored with was accelerating the move from fragmented waste collection to consolidated waste. From a transportation perspective, we want to mandate near-term implementation of high-priority walk and bike infrastructure and ensure that we pilot a flexible demand response microgrid transit pilot. We looked at food access and security, and the example that we list here is the idea of shared use policies for existing commercial food scale infrastructure, or ensuring that we tap on to opportunities like the high school that's going to have a large commercial kitchen to ensure that we can continue to make food more readily available for the people of Burlington. From a buildings perspective, the recommendation of the 25 that's listed here is to look deeply at the rental weatherization policy and provide regular updates to the city council on where we stand in terms of property owners abiding by the policy. We looked at mixed-use development, and you can see the recommendation here. And then finally, another example that we included in this PowerPoint is the deployment of eco-friendly pop-up cooling technologies, which I know the mayor mentioned in her State of the City back in April. So I'll leave it at that. I will also mention, again, this was consensus-based. However, we realized there were folks that whose items were not included because there was not consensus. And so there is an appendix that's included in the final report.
Thank you, Jen. And I also just will note, posted on this work session is another really useful document that is the climate inventory of work for the city that we also posted, just so you know, Jen. And this gives the public a much more comprehensive understanding of work across the city that is currently underway by our many city departments. And I think that was a very helpful thing, at least for me as mayor back in at the end of 2024 when we began this work, to just understand how much climate work, both in mitigation and resilience work, is happening across the city. And it's a useful read for anyone in the community, just have an understanding. So with that, back to you, Acting President, and we're happy to answer questions.
Great. I will then open it up to the council and would like to get an idea who'd like to get in the queue here. Looks like Councilor Bergman, why don't you start? And then Councilor Carpenter.
Sure. Thanks, Jen, and thank for your work as a co-chair. I am interested in the micro transit, and I'm curious in terms of who you had at the table when I sort of spun through all of that material. I must have missed sort of any granular details about how we go from the grand recommendation to the actual wheels on the road.
Yeah.
So could you just sort of share some of that and what our next steps, since the TUC has been talking about saving GMT from the mismanagement of the governor and the rest of state leadership? Thanks.
Yeah, so taking a step back, I should have mentioned, but each of the sectors, the recommendations were derived by meeting with sector experts. So in the case of planning, we met with Charles and other folks in the planning group to ask what he would suggest, given the qualifications that we had. Those were brought forward to the bigger group, and then we sort of deliberated and voted on them. So the micro transit came up specifically through the planning department as something that they thought was important. And again, after deliberation with the group, agreed that it was worthy of putting in our list of short-term recommendations.
Okay, so, and clearly Sandy Thibault is part of the group, so she has a place at that table. GMT, were they brought in at all?
We read through GMT reports. However, at the end of the day, and I'd have to look back on the total number of transportation recommendations we had, it was quite a bit, as you can imagine. We distilled them down to the top couple.
Okay. Sounds like TUC has a lot more work. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bergman. I'll go to Councilor Carpenter next.
Thanks. I appreciate Councilor Bergman bringing up this topic because that's the one I was going to bring up. To achieve that goal of the microtransit, there needs to be a lot of work. There needs to be some professional expertise brought to the table. As somebody who was a founder of SSTA many years ago, that system is not working. And it needs to be broadened to other folks in the community who need specialized transportation. Andrea Vietz pointed out that soon 30% of the city may be over 65. So I just want to clearly say that there needs to be some work and expertise there. We don't even have much to start with. And I appreciate you've couched it as a pilot, but if it's going to work, we got a lot of work to do. We have a much more developed bike walk infrastructure. We have an advisory group. We have experts in that. We don't have any experts at the minute in that type of transportation. So I'm glad it made it to the list. and I just think we've got to take it very seriously.
Thank you, Councilor Carpenter. Are there other councilors who'd like to speak to this item? Councilor Sanchez Parkinson, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you to you and the working group. I'd like to take my time to actually just read a portion of the report. I specifically want to read the page on centering equity in Burlington's climate action. I first want to thank the group for being honest, and I think that that is highlighted in what I'm about to read. From the outset, the mayor's climate advisors were asked to embed equity into all recommendations, recognizing that climate impacts are not experienced uniformly across Burlington. Factors such as race, income, language access, immigration status, disability, and housing tenure shape a resident's ability to prepare for climate risks and benefit from climate solutions. The group recognized that it did not fully represent Burlington's diversity. Accordingly, members of the group agreed to avoid making assumptions about the needs or experiences of residents whose lived experiences were not represented in this group. The advisors recognized it's difficult to center equity in a closed advisory process that excludes individuals most affected by climate change. Going forward, the advisors suggest a process by which a more diverse set of voices is included. The advisors also recognize the challenge of advancing equity-focused strategies in a challenging budgetary time, given how these strategies require investments that correct historic and ongoing divestments in marginalized populations. True equity work is rarely cost-neutral. Despite these constraints, the advisors developed an evaluation matrix that weighed equity heavily, alongside co-benefits and feasibility. This tool, created by a subgroup of advisors with diverse expertise and identities, was used to assess recommended actions. However, due to the fact that the working group was made up of volunteers, application of the matrix was inconsistent across sectors, resulting in uneven equity review. I won't go into the full, but I wanted to read this because some of us might have lost this really important, what I thought was really important component of the report. And I again commend you all for being honest and also noting the limitations of the working group as we move forward into implementation.
Thank you, Councilor Sanchez Parkinson. Next, we'll go to Councilor Newbeeser.
Thank you, Council President. Yeah, I wanted to speak briefly to what I think the value of this report is. And first, I should just say thank you to everybody who served on it. I was grateful to serve on this committee as well. I think we did a lot of good work, and I think there's real value, particularly for members of the TUC, to pull from this. I want to reiterate the mayor's earlier comments around just the idea of sort of coming together and getting a clear inventory of everything that is happening around climate across city departments, I think was really, really valuable. Certainly there were things in there that I didn't recognize or know anything about. So it was actually really good in the sense of like part of, I think, our charge was, well, are there low-hanging fruit that we can move on in the immediate? And it was really reassuring to see a lot of sort of the things that first came to mind. City staff have already been leading on, and the city's already been leading on. So definitely worth a read through and sort of understanding where we currently are, because it is reassuring because we are doing a lot as a city. And that said, I do think that per some of the public's comments and you know, I do think there's real limitations. I mean, the charge here, and this isn't the introduction, there's really 5 goals in terms of the recommendations that came out of this group. 1 was to consider the financial constraints of the federal, state, and local resources. 2, to embrace equity. 3, demonstrate multiple co-benefits. 4, advance existing gaps or efforts. And 5, be implementable in the short term. So I do think that this is not, at least how I've thought about this report and this work, isn't necessarily all-encompassing for everything we could or should be doing on climate. But these recommendations are important for thinking about like what are some of the first steps that we can do. It is notable that, McNeil is not part of this, and I think that's partially because, we did talk about that as a group, because I don't think that fits that criteria. That said, I do think it's essential, and I want to reiterate that we need a clear plan on how we're going to phase out McNeil. I do think that it is one of the largest sources of carbon emissions. I think it's the largest source of stationary carbon emissions in the state. And certainly I think we're under accounting for it as a city and have historically. So I think that is a really, really important conversation that we need to move forward and be clear about. Two pieces I want to point to in this report, and they were in the slides, and I'm trying to pull the slides back up, but I can't find them in my going through tabs here. Two pieces, though, in some of the recommendations. One was we highlighted the work around buildings to, we sort of brought forward the rental weatherization ordinance, universal rental weatherization ordinance, and the need to ensure that implementation is happening more quickly on that front. I think there's a huge opportunity there. I am a long time, obviously there's like so many things you need to do on climate and energy and a lot we need to do in our city and in our state and country. But I am so passionate about the idea that we should be leading with weatherization because when you talk about sort of overlapping interests, it's there, right? Like some of the most equitable reduction in our emissions is energy that we just don't use. And so to me, making things more efficient in that respect, the fact that it reduces the energy bills for residents and businesses, small businesses alike, the fact that we're creating oftentimes really good paying jobs, union labor in the trades, I think is really important to me and really a huge benefit for our local economy and the city. As we need folks to do that work and as we do the workforce development work, a lot of work's in there, to fill that need. And we've been doing some of that. I think there's more room to grow. The other piece I wanted to bring attention to that wasn't necessarily in the slides, but I think is really important as the TUC approaches its work in the coming years. And this is certainly a longer term, not a short term project because it's built infrastructure and it will take some time as we redo different roads. But I think it's critically important that if we are going to get off of fossil fuels completely in terms of heating and cooling our buildings in the city, that thermal energy networks, geothermal, are going to be incredibly important piece of that equation. And I'm really excited that I just toured the library. Some folks there over at Fletcher Free were kind enough to provide some information, and they were talking about, I think they were talking about having already done a test well for geothermal at the library. And I am running out of time here, but I think there's a number of different pilot sites that provide real opportunity for us moving forward. So I'm looking forward to using this report as a really important resource and making sure that work is integrated with the work that TUC has been doing and will continue to do moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Newby. Is there anyone else who wants to speak to this item before? Go ahead, Councilor Schachter, and then we'll try to wrap this.
Thank you, Acting President Barlow, and thank you so much, Jen and the mayor and the group for putting this important report together. I just had a couple questions, which is really thinking about sort of next steps, and in particular, how as we're nearing approval of next year's budget, that we can be thinking about where some of these shorter term recommendations live. So this may be answerable now, or maybe it's kind of just a flag to my colleagues up here. But I would love to see us kind of, as we're looking at these recommendations, be thinking about, we're talking about the Nature-Based Climate Solutions Coordinator role. What is the status of that? Are we funding that for next year? I assume we are. And what would it take to grow the Conservation Legacy Fund along with the grand list? And there's a whole host here, but to really be thinking with an eye towards action at this point. This is a lot of work. And I want to make sure that we don't lose this momentum. So feel free to, Mayor or Jen or anyone, to answer now, but I also acknowledge that might be more of a comment, but something that I'd love to dig into over the next 6 weeks or so as we're working through the budget. I can stop there for now. I appreciate that, Councilor Schachter. Some of the things you mentioned, for example, the Conservation Legacy Fund is a charter change, for example. So some pieces are more applicable to our budget discussions that are about to start, and some are a little bit more, I mean, not super long-term, but we all know how long a charter change process would take, but heard, and we will get back to you in more detail. That's great. And then the last thing I want to say is I'm pleased to see here the idea of a consolidated collection waste management collection system. I know we've spoken quite a bit on the floor this last year about what that would take. Our hope that 7 years from now we could maybe be building towards that. So I would be interested in, are there any sort of shorter term, more actionable steps we can take towards considering to explore that? And mostly I just also want to say I'm pleased to see that in here. And that I hope it's yet another mandate to all of us to keep that top of mind as we're, you know, it's going to come up quickly, this sort of 7-year window we've given ourselves to work through this, and I'm glad to see that in here. Thanks.
Thanks, Councilor Schachter. Councilor Broderick.
Thank you, and thank you for your work on this report. I think the recommendations that are in here are all great. I'm going to have a question coming up about one of them, but seconding the comments from Councilor Newbeeser, I wanted to reiterate the calls from the community that we need a plan to phase out the McNeil plant. I've heard on that it seems like it may not have applied to some of these goals, especially short-term implementation, but it is something that we need to be working on as a city. We simply just cannot become the city that we all want in terms of climate without having a plan for a just transition. Now my question, it's about rental weatherization. So I see in the sample recommendations, it just says about requiring regular updates on advancement. Were recommendations made on how that advancement could come and implementation could come faster?
Yeah, I don't want to speak on behalf of Bill Ward, the Director of Permitting and Inspections, but the implementation of that ordinance falls within Bill's purview. So I think it's finding out sort of where the shortcomings have been in terms of regularly getting out correspondence to property owners, and then a means by which we're hearing on a consistent basis sort of where they are in the lineup. I will also mention that we know there's a workforce problem, and property owners who do contact the department with the intention of complying, but note that they can't get the workforce that they need to do that work has been a hindrance. But capturing all that would be, I think, especially helpful.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Broderick. Councilor Grant.
Thank you. I've agreed with what my fellow councilors have said, and I really want to piggyback on what Councilor Sanchez-Parkinson said, especially about the appreciation for the fact that equity issues were brought up. And I would just remind the council that we have failed often with regards to issues of equity in terms of, what was the expression that's been used in the past, kicking the can down, right? We say, and we have a history in our country of businesses especially not wanting to make certain changes. For example, automobile companies back in the day didn't want to spend the money to add seatbelts. And now we can't imagine being in cars without seatbelts, and they protect us if an accident has occurred. So I look at climate change as fighting that same fight where people are going to look at how the immediate bottom line is being affected and be resistant to making changes that, if don't happen, and some scientists say we're already too late, like we're starting to see those type of reports. We have to maintain the strength to say this is what we need to do for our future, our Earth's future, our country, city, state, community, our children who are growing up during this time. So here's to having more strength to really pursue the equity issues. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilor Grant. Is there anybody else who wants to speak to this item who hasn't spoken? Okay, I see nobody else in the queue. So thank you, Jen, and I'll add my thanks to the Climate Advisory Group, and we'll look forward to more on some of those recommendations in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next on our agenda is item number 5, Mayor, City Council Affairs. So,
Thank you very much, Acting President. So a few updates for the council and the community. I am happy to announce my new Chief of Staff will begin on Wednesday. I recently announced the hiring of Lisa Gerlash, who will be the new Chief of Staff in my office. She brings extensive political experience, and most notably serving as Lieutenant Governor David Zuckerman's Chief of Staff, and most recently as the Legislative Director at AFT Vermont. As I said, she'll join us on Wednesday. She'll be at next week's council meeting, I'm sure. And I want to send a huge public, although she won't like this, appreciation to Cara Alaswari, who's sitting behind me, who has very aptly filled the role as interim chief of staff and CEDO director, which is a real impossibility. She's done it so well, and I really appreciate this is a true act of service to this community, to this council, to me as the mayor, to serve so capably over these last few months. On to our budget. My administration is finalizing my proposed fiscal year 27 budget. We've been serving on Board of Finance. You know, we've been through now all of the budget hearing nights for each of our departments. And I am very pleased to announce, if people have not heard yet, that we have successfully closed the projected $10 to $12 million budget gap when we began this process. This is a structural budget gap issue that has been going on for a number of years now, really revealed now that when one-time funds have gone away, among some other things. And the other significant point to take away tonight before we get more into the details at coming meetings is that we were able to also close this budget gap without laying off any currently filled city positions. That is a major feat, frankly. We're quite proud of this. I am proud of the city team working very diligently and across all departments to find solutions, big and small. We'll present this balanced budget to the council next week on May 18th. We've already presented it to the Board of Finance, and we'll ask for your partnership in bringing this to a final vote on June 15th by the full council. And next week, this Wednesday, I'll be holding a press conference with more details with all of our department heads present. On to immigration and our continued Burlington process on our reviews regarding March 11th, 2026. Pursuant to state and local laws and policy, the City of Burlington is conducting a full review of local law enforcement actions during a federal immigration enforcement action in South Burlington on March 11th. And I just want to emphasize, while the other entities have released their reviews, Burlington has different standards, different processes, different entities that have a step of a process, a responsibility within our review. I want to just briefly, so the public knows, all use of force incidents are investigated by the Burlington Police Department. And this is in accordance with the Police Department's directives DD-05, which is a statewide policy on police use of force, and DD-40, which is external, internal complaints, supervisory reviews, administrative reviews, and internal investigations and discipline. Those are two primary policies that govern our first steps of our review. The ultimate decision-making authority on discipline or other corrective employment actions rest with the Chief of Police in the City of Burlington. That is per our charter. The mayor and the police commission play key roles in the review process, but we are advisory here. The Burlington Police Department and I have completed our use of force reviews. The next step is for our Chief of Police, Chief Burke, to present the case to the Police Commission in executive session, which will take place tomorrow, May 12th, for the Police Commission's review. Once the Commission gives their feedback and recommendations to the Chief will render a final use of force decision, which we will anticipate by the end of the month. At that point, all use of force review reports and supplementary materials will be released to the public. Starting this week, the City Attorney's Office will also work with the Chief to conduct a legal review of whether the fair and partial policing policy was followed when our local law enforcement were at the scene on March 11th. The findings of this legal review will be shared with me and made public once the review is completed. We anticipate this will take roughly about 14 days from the launch of the review. And then in the coming weeks, the city will examine compliance with my Executive Order 2026-1, as well as existing protocols for the interactions with federal immigration enforcement, including our mutual aid agreements with neighboring municipalities. These reviews are not structured or time-bound in the same way as our use of force reviews are, and it will continue after our use of force review is completed. But I will emphasize that the policy review of what we experienced on March 11th is critically important, and I look forward to that engagement with city councilors. We've started this already with council leadership to make sure that if we change things going forward, that we are clear, that we're values-based, and we're making sure that we're now contemplating all the ways that this can show up in a mutual aid scenario. On to the Overdose Prevention Center and an update here. The city has completed a major milestone in our OPC project, what is called the Service Assessment. This assessment was conducted to inform the planning and design of an OP center in Burlington in alignment with the state guidelines that were passed with the enabling legislation a couple of years ago. It helps identify the right services, the design, location, and potential impacts of the OPC. The Pacific Institute for Research and Evaluation, or PIRE, was contracted to conduct this work, which began late in July of 2025. Vermonters for Criminal Justice Reform, or VCJR, the city's lead partner and future operator of the OPC, has been instrumental in supporting the development of this report. The final report was delivered on March 29th, ahead of schedule, and we are planning a work session with the City Council, I believe on Monday the 18th, for more details. On to infrastructure updates. Great Street and Main Streets. If you see outside, there are trees. It's quite exciting. And the Champlain Parkway are near completion. And I will keep talking about this until we actually celebrate and kick this off with the events, because this is quite significant. The Parkway is planned to be open later this month, and Main Street will be open and finalized by mid-July. There'll be very big public celebrations because, again, this is a big deal, planned for each, including a 2-day event that I hope people mark their calendars for on July 17th and 18th for the Great Street Main Street project. And it will include a very cool, that's in my notes, but I am sure it is actually very cool, public art installation and parade. Who doesn't like a parade? On to our Office of City Planning and Plan BTV 2050. I do have to say, if you were not able to attend the kickoff a couple of days ago, a few days ago now, 300 Burlingtonians came through this great and highly participatory event down at the train station. It was really incredible to see this many people participate and dream alongside each other in a creative fashion about the kind of Burlington we want over the next 25 years. It was interactive. There were people of all ages. There's information about all the elements of the plan, which really brought so many of our departments together in a collaborative way, which is new for the city of Burlington. This citywide effort not only talks about our future, as I said, for the first time, it's brought the Office of City Planning, DPW, Parks, Recreation, Waterfront, and CEDO together, along with our Chittenden County Regional Planning Commission partners, to create a comprehensive vision for our city. So we're no longer doing project-based plans here and there and everywhere, but actually comprehensively bringing that vision together. You can still contribute your insights through a survey that is available on the Plan BTV 2050 webpage, which will be used to improve existing programs and services, and again, help determine our long-term planning and investment decisions. And there'll be many more ways to provide input. This is an ongoing effort over the next several months, and we'd love to hear from you. A few more quick updates. Our police chief search process is underway. The position itself was posted today by our partners IACP, and we're finalizing steps with them to begin recruitment for the next chief of police. I will be appointing both a community and city search committee in the coming days here to help do the initial vetting of candidates brought forward by IACP. And then I hope by the end of July, early August, to perhaps have final candidates for my selection and then being put forward to the City Council for final confirmation. Peace Officers Memorial Day is this coming Friday. This week itself is National Police Week, in observance between May 10th and the 16th of this year. In 1962, President Kennedy issued the first proclamation for Peace Officers Memorial Day and National Police Week to remember and honor law enforcement officers for their service. And May 15th is specifically, again on Friday, designated as Peace Officers Memorial Day, which honors law enforcement officers killed or disabled in the line of duty. I just want to thank our officers for their continued work and their commitment to this city and helping us continue to advance our community safety goals. Over at Burlington Electric Department, BED just announced this week 2 new direct current fast chargers that are now online and available for use downtown on St. Paul Street. The department also introduced its new AI customer support website chat box named Sparky. I did not consult on that, but it is named Sparky, and this is available. I think it's clever, though. It is available to help customers learn more about BED rebates, programs, offerings, and more. This does not replace any city employee jobs, just to be clear. It helps with efficiencies, and this chatbot does refer people to human beings who still work at BED to support customers with more nuanced questions. On to DFA, just quickly, the first version of our capital plan report is out, and it's available for the public to explore, and you can find that on our clerk treasurer's office webpage or on the city website in general. And on to just the library quickly, the public currently has a rare chance to see a 532-year-old manuscript. I'm pretty sure that's older than anyone else in this room, on display at the Fletcher Free Library, which was recently discovered in the basement's building. This manuscript is a religious document written in a biblical Latin and published in 1494, and the city of Burlington has this on hand. The manuscript will be on view in the main reading room until May 24th, so please go ahead and check it out before that date is up. And after that, the Friends of Fletcher Free Library will auction it off to support the library's operations. And with that, Acting President, back to you.
Thank you, Mayor. Which brings us to our consent agenda, and I would entertain a motion to adopt our consent agenda and take the actions indicated. Moved by Councilor Bergman. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Schachter. Any discussion on that? Seeing none, all those in favor of adopting our consent agenda indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? That's unanimous. Which brings us now to our deliberative agenda. And the first item on our deliberative agenda is a presentation from Run Vermont regarding the Vermont City Marathon. And I know Anthea's been waiting patiently for us to conduct some business here tonight. Welcome.
Thank you for having me. So I have a slide deck. I believe Lori has posted it, but I will put it up on the screen for everyone here as well. And while I'm doing that, and hopefully my tech will cooperate, I'm Anthea Dexter Cooper. I am the current executive director of Run Vermont. I was here exactly a year ago, less a day, which means I was here the same number of days before the Vermont City Marathon last year as I am this time around. So maybe this is turning into a wonderful tradition that I get to come and talk to you. Let me share my screen. So Run Vermont is the nonprofit that puts on the M&T Bank Vermont City Marathon and Relay along with some other events throughout the year. The M&T Bank Vermont City Marathon Relay is the largest event that we put on. It is sort of the most prominent in the city of Burlington, and Run Vermont in general exists to support running as a lifelong activity through the promotion of events and other programming. Here are some photos from last year. I'm going to talk about two of them briefly. Bottom right corner, you only see their backs, but those were the then Chief of Police, Chief Burke, and the soon-to-retire Fire Chief, Chief LaChance. It's fun to incorporate the city of Burlington in the festivities of the weekend, and that's going to sort of be a little bit of the theme in the balance of the presentation. One photo up from that, that's Leon. Leon turned 70 on May 25th last year, and in honor of that, he likes numbers, his 70th marathon, completing his 50th state, and he finished in exactly 5 hours and 25 minutes to memorialize his birthday. And he ran the whole thing with helium balloons behind him and a whole entourage that came with him from Michigan. I like the wow that was back there. Some other photos from the weekend. Junior milers are the athletes that participate in our relays. Many of them are in Burlington. There are programs through King Street and the Boys and Girls Club. We've got our hand cycle division. Last year we had a push room athlete participate as well. The Church Street Marketplace is featured prominently, and it will actually be on the medal this year, and we're excited to do a reveal for that. We also have a strong invited runner contingency, bringing really accomplished athletes from all across the country, and we have some people that are going to be trying for the Olympic trials qualifying standard this year, so it should be an exciting race. I have an executive summary that's got some highlights from last year. In general, we saw really strong jumps in registration numbers. We are seeing sort of a stabilization at those numbers for this year, but there's a lot going on in the world that might be impacting that. The largest demographic increase that we saw amongst marathoners was in the 18 to 29-year-old age range, which was really exciting because it means that more people are taking to running and that we've got this sort of third running boom that's taking place. And in terms of the largest jump in participation, it was in first-time marathoners. They don't comprise the majority of the field, but it's where we're seeing the largest increase. Across the field, in the marathon last year, we had representation from 44 states and Washington, D.C., and I can say that we've already surpassed that, and we still have a few weeks to go before the race itself. There were 6.5 billion earned media impressions, and the M&T Bank Vermont City Marathon continued to deliver on its existing reputation of being well organized with amazing crowd support and community vibes. And those community vibes have led it to be named as the 2026 Roadrunners Club of America Eastern Regional Marathon Championship, which is an honor that's bestowed upon strong community-based events. It's also a race that has been listed by Runner's World as one of the best marathons for beginners and one of the best marathons to do in the spring. This is just a small excerpt of the data dump that I could do on you, but these are our registration numbers for 23, 24, and 25, split up by events. I like to say the very easy way to talk about the number of participants that we have is about 2,000 in the marathon, and these are registrants, and some people don't end up participating. 500 3- to 5-person teams, and we have about 4 people per team there, and about 500 2-person teams. And our youth events, which take place on Saturday and comprise a half-mile, a mile, and a 2-mile, has about 600 participants. This is basically talking about what I had said earlier about the largest jump in 18 to 29-year-olds, and you can see that now 18 to 29-year-olds, that's the dark green line towards the top, are comprising the majority of the field in the marathon. This is representation that we're getting from different states. Obviously, people are more likely to drive than to fly, so the largest population breakdown is in Vermont, followed by Massachusetts, New York, Connecticut, New Hampshire, and on down from there. In terms of the split in participants, we have about 25% of our participants in the marathon coming from Vermont, and then 75 from outside of Vermont, and then it reverses. So we've got about 75% of the people that are doing the relay coming from the state of Vermont, and then 25 outside. This is a map that shows where all of the participants in the marathon were last year. I also included a little factoid there about Half Marathon Unplugged, which just took place. That's our second largest event, and we had representation from 39 states and the District of Columbia. A lot of those people are people that are trying to do a half marathon in every state, and it's fun to hear people say, "You said this was flat, but I'm from Chicago." So apparently our little hills in South Cove are a lot more than what you get along the lakes in Chicago. And at present, for VCM 2026, we have representation from 49 states and the District of Columbia. While not all of those are participating in the marathon, we've got a registrant from Alaska that's participating in the relay. The only state that is not currently represented is Idaho. This is the breakdown of experience level. So you're seeing the largest jump being in those that are doing their first marathon. And then we continue to have the largest proportion of the field being people that have done a marathon before, but this is their first Vermont City Marathon. It takes a lot of people to put on this event. We have a very, very small staff. There are only 4 of us that work for Run Vermont year-round, and we have some seasonal staff that comes in, and then everyone else that you see out on the race course during the race in a green shirt is a volunteer, and we really, really rely on the community to provide those volunteers. Last year, there were 486 unique volunteers, and this is not including a lot of the volunteers from M&T Bank and some of the members of the race committee that don't sign up through the volunteer portal, and they filled 542 volunteer slots. Our biggest need right now is for course monitors, and I said this last year because it was our biggest need then as well. Course monitors are out on key intersections throughout the course, directing traffic and ensuring that the participants, the spectators, the general public are safe. This is in addition to law enforcement and flaggers that we contract with, but a lot of the people that are out there for the entirety of the race, and it's a long race, are volunteers. So if you know 20 more people that would like to be course monitors, please send them our way. This is just some fun stuff that I want to update on for 2026. All of the pages that you'll see on the next few slides are coming from our 2026 race guide. This in and of itself is something that's slightly new. We haven't had a race guide in a number of years. It's hosted through Flipping Book, and it's great because if I find a typo, I can update it, and then it magically is fixed. But I have a QR code there as well as a click here button, so if you're looking at this online, you can click there. This is also on our website. I wanted to talk about the race guide cover a little bit. It's very, very hard to pick one static photo to encapsulate an event that spans over the city and includes thousands of participants and hundreds of volunteers. Some of the things that I like about this photo are, look at how beautiful Main Street is right there. This was like the first footprints on Main Street when it was briefly opened last year before it was open to traffic, and it was just wonderful. We would get calls from people being like, so is Main Street going to be open? And we'd be like, well, we were told by DPW that it was going to be pavement ready, and DPW delivered and then some. That is a beautiful, beautiful street right there. It's also the most complicated intersection on the course. If you're doing the marathon, you go through that intersection 4 times. The first time you're turning right on Pine, then you go up Main Street, then you turn right on Pine, and then you go up Main Street again. And it takes a massive effort from volunteers, those course monitors, to direct those participants to make sure that they're doing all the loops they're supposed to do and not more loops than they're supposed to do. It also highlights some of our non-title sponsor partners there. Ski Rack and Ultra, it's hard to see, but there's some Ultra pillars back there, are some of our partners that we work with as sponsors in addition to title sponsor M&T Bank. It also shows volunteers, spectators, and participants for our little slogan of run, cheer, volunteer. The next slide over there is just the table of contents from the race guide. I've got slides up there that show the schedule for the weekend. We're excited to have a very robust set of programming. It's all free up at the DoubleTree for the Sports and Fitness Expo, really trying to make this a weekend. And also we've got the schedule in there for what's taking place on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday in terms of the races, Saturday and Sunday in terms of the races, including some really great involvement by the community. We'll have the Chiefs back doing the color guard. Your mayor will be doing one of the starts and will be speaking to the crowd. And we have Lyric Community Theater that's going to have 8 people up there singing the national anthem. And I don't know what else could be more community driven than a community theater organization singing the national anthem before the start of the race. We'll always want to show maps. We've got street closures, we've got a waterfront park inset, we've got the course map. All this is available on our website and very, very useful for participants and those of you who are just trying to get about your day without being impacted by the race itself. And then I've got every volunteer up there as of May 6, 2026. Every person's name is up there, and those people are the people that are making this event possible, along with the amazing batch of sponsors that we have. And for the most part, if you're looking at those sponsors, you are not seeing a business that is not based in Vermont. For the majority part, All of those businesses are either Vermont-specific or they have a strong base in Vermont itself. And these are the people that are helping us provide food for the racers, and then all the food that is not consumed at Waterfront Park is driven up to COTS and it's donated. These are the companies that are providing the energy gels that are on course. No energy gel is going to be as low in transportation emissions as one that is coming from trees in Vermont and is in the same county as where it's being consumed. We've got our new waste management partner up there, been there, dumped that, which has the most creative name ever, that will be picking up refuse from on course and allowing us to have more trash receptacles on course than we have before. And that bottom row, those are the bottom 2 rows, those are all of the businesses that are providing snacks to keep our course monitors sustained while they're out there for their long shifts. So again, this really is made by the community, and I think it really shows a wonderful representation of the city of Burlington and the surrounding area. In terms of the city of Burlington and the surrounding area, we've partnered with a lot of lodging establishments this year. We've got an interactive map that shows you where all of them are, and we're also providing more robust shuttle service. It's not the same extent of shuttle service that we used to provide. A hope is that we'll return to that again, so no one needs to drive into downtown Burlington and park before the race. They can take buses, but it's really wonderful to work with the lodging partners that are providing discounted block rates, and we're able to have people book directly with the hotels as using a third-party booking agent. And then the last slide I have up here are some of the welcome letters that have been included in the race guide from M&T Bank, Regional President Heidi Stumpf, our board chair Heather Hennessy, and the mayor in the 3 welcome letters that are up there. Finally, in talking about the community, we're offering some discounts this year that are provided by businesses in Vermont. These are just 2 of the pages in there. I think that the Church Street Marketplace rose to the occasion better than anyone else that we reached out to on this, where if you show your bib or your medal or your shirt for the weekend, you will get discounts from all of those locations that are in the part of the slide to the right. And I think that this is a really great opportunity for people to be encouraged to wear their accomplishment proudly. Maybe you don't want to walk around the city wearing a medal, but if you're going to get a discount at Ben & Jerry's, you might as well. So I hope that we will see shirts and bibs and medals all across the city during the race and then following it. This is not updated. I wish it could be, but it's not updated from what I presented to you last year. So it's not accounting for inflation. It's not accounting for changed estimates for these things, but still feel very confident in saying that it is approximately $3 million plus that is being brought into the city through the people that are coming from out of town, the people that are local and are just going out for a cup of coffee or a piece of pizza after the race. And it would be great, I said this last year, if we could have a more robust economic impact analysis be conducted. It is on my list of things to hopefully do in the near future, and you'll see a lot of these being prepared by other races across the country, showing that they are an important piece of the tourism sector. And I've just got the last of the calculations, and that is it. I'm happy to answer questions, talk more about the importance of volunteers if given the platform, but thank you for your time.
Well, thank you for that presentation. And there is no action on this item. This is just an informational presentation, but I'd open it up for councilors for comments or questions. Go ahead, Councilor Sanchez-Parkinson.
Hi. Thank you so much for all of the work that you do. I call myself a former runner. I've always wanted to run the marathon, but not quite there yet. 2 things came to mind, and happy to follow up as well, but I just wanted to sort of put it out on record. One of the things that I often hear throughout the city is how do we strengthen our workforce? And one of the biggest things I hear is, well, people don't ever come to Vermont, or people don't know about coming to Burlington. How do we get them here? And I feel like you have unlocked this beautiful thing of bringing people from all over the country to visit Vermont and to visit Burlington specifically. I wonder if there are any partnerships where there could be opportunities, and this is like me thinking like hiring recruitment, like come and run a marathon. And by the way, there might be an interview here for you for a job or something. So any opportunity I think about workforce development, I think is an opportunity to engage folks. So I don't know if there's any, again, that's like a total just side note. The other thing I often hear every time the marathon comes around is like, how do we get our house in order, right? Like how does it look? How are visitors gonna see our city? And how do we get it in the best shape? And I'm sure that you all also think about like how it's impacting our community, obviously both positively, but I wonder if you have any communication or ways of engaging our unhoused neighbors and how they're being impacted by this citywide event.
Yeah, so we certainly don't want to impact anyone that is unhoused. We work very closely with the City of Burlington, and this is across multiple departments, Parks and Rec, the Department of Public Works. There are a lot of items that the City of Burlington takes care of. I talked about the road earlier, but potholes, the removal of refuse, and we try and be a good partner in that, where we are not leaving an impact on the city after the event. That's part of the reason why we're so excited to work with Been There, Dump That, to make sure that we are not adding any burden to the city in terms of the generation of waste that is on the streets. In terms of any impacts that the race feels from Burlington, I have only been with Run Vermont for a year and a half, so I'm speaking a little bit anecdotally and as a former participant in the race, but I do think that the city really shines on Marathon Sunday, and I think that it creates really strong, good vibes in the city, and I hope that that is having a trickle-down effect.
Thank you, Councillor Sanchez-Parkinson. Anybody else like to speak? Go ahead, Councillor Singh, and then Councillor Litwin.
Thanks so much for the presentation. Just want to say, I've always been a big fan of the event. I tell people this, when I moved to Burlington right after graduating from college, I woke up and the next day was the marathon, and I was just surprised moving here and seeing the marathon go on. It was just an amazing welcome to Burlington moment and seeing the community come together. So it has a special place in my heart now, spending 35 years here in Burlington. I just want to speak to the growth of the youth events. And, I think that's great for our community, for health of our kids, getting outside and participating in these programs. Additionally, I love the mission of Run Vermont, that you've grown. The status quo isn't good in a lot of cases, and this is one of the places where we are seeing growth again in an event that highlights Burlington, so I want to thank you for that. And the economic impacts are real. You can just walk downtown, or even in our neighboring towns, you can see all the people out taking part in the expo. So thank you again for putting this on, and I hope we can continue supporting this going forward.
Thank you.
Councillor Litwin.
Well, I didn't think I could be more excited, but you have a way with presentations and words. I'm always so impressed with how you come to the table. And I think I did really quick math, but just in the past 2 years, you've grown the runner numbers by 17 or 18%. So that's pretty impressive and brings that many more people to our community, to our business community, which we're here constantly talking about. How do we support them? 542 volunteers I think I saw are needed. I'll just do a public plug for it. I've done it a couple years now, and it's a great way to just be out and enjoy without having to sweat and exercise. Although you do stand on your feet a lot, and if I can just attest to how important it is because of how many intersections and driveways and places where things can very quickly go wrong. We had an incident at my intersection last year, and I was able to compliment formally my neighbor who jumped into action and stopped a wrong way driver who could have caused a real serious incident had she not interceded quickly. So it's so important for the community to get out there. And it was a great way for actually my neighbors who often maybe don't have as much going on and they'd like to be more connected to community, but maybe have some more limitations or don't have a car to get around. It's a great way to get out. And I just had a lot of fun, and I really thank you for bringing this to our community. It's a huge economic impact. I'm sure the numbers are higher, and our hotels probably thank you as well. And certainly I know our gross receipts do. So I do think it's important to make sure that the city looks great, that the bike path looks great. I appreciate the efforts that have recently been taken to clean up some of the areas on the bike path and get the city ready. So please sign up, and if you know someone in Idaho, I think it was, maybe we'll get a toaster oven for you if you get somebody to register from Idaho. All right, thanks. That's all. I just wanted to say thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Litwin. Are there any other councilors who want to speak to this item? Seeing none, there's no action on this, but I thank you, and I just add my thoughts that it's one of our marquee events in the city. It's part of our collective identity here in Burlington, so I always look forward to it, and thank you for all the work that you and Run Vermont are doing, so thank you.
Thank you very much, and to everyone in the city, thanks as well.
Okay, moving right along, the next item is 7.2, a resolution reinstating the Burlington Aging Council in implementation of the Age Strong BTV plan. And I'm going to turn to Councilor Schachter to introduce this and for a motion.
Sure. Thank you so much, President Barlow. I'm just pulling up the motion language here. I'd like to waive the reading and adopt the resolution and then have the floor back.
Is there a second?
I'll
Seconded
second
by
that.
Councilor Carpenter. Go ahead, the floor is yours, Councilor Schachter.
Thank you so much. I'll keep this brief. I'm excited tonight to be bringing forward this resolution to reinstate the Aging Council and to move towards implementation of the Age Strong BTV plan. I want to thank my close partner in this, Councilor Carpenter, who's really been a leader for so many years in this work in the city, and my co-sponsors, Councilors Sanchez, Parkinson, and Grant. Just to give a quick history, so my understanding, I was not on the council yet, but the first Aging Council, the first iteration of the Aging Council was formed in 2021. It was staffed by CEDO, and that group worked very diligently over many years to create the Age Strong BTV plan, which we approved pretty much, I think, 1 year ago, maybe to the day, as Anthea was just saying. And that's a really robust report with a lot of recommendations. And then since we approved that report, this group sort of dissolved, waiting for next steps. They've been waiting very patiently. We've had so many staff and departmental transitions, and then the closure of the core program, and all the things we've been navigating as a city. But they've been so committed and persistent, and I'm also very, very grateful that Dr. Perkins and her team at the Office of Racial Equity, Inclusion, and Belonging have agreed to staff this this new iteration of the Aging Council. And so I'm very grateful for that. And I just want to say a couple words. So the work is critically important. As Andrea Vietz with Heineberg spoke to during public forum, our senior population continues to grow. We have last I heard, we have more folks ages 55 and up than we do under age 18 in our community, and that number continues to grow. And so this new iteration of the Aging Council, as outlined in the resolution, will have 4 mandates: to elevate the contributions of older adults in Burlington, to identify and raise issues impacting older residents and the organizations that serve them, to make policy and budget recommendations to the mayor and the city council, and to lead, monitor, and support the implementation of the Age Strong BTV plan. And one thing I want to say is that the first iteration, Aging Council 1.0, was really a planning body and spent many years devising this plan. And this new iteration is really going to be geared towards implementation. Where do we go from here and take the recommendations from that report and start to act on them in a real sort of advisory capacity? So I think this work is critically important. One member of the Aging Council introduced me to the concept of an 880 city. And I see this as an important step towards ensuring that we can truly be a city in which both our 8-year-olds and our 80-year-olds can thrive. And before I turn it over, just a very modest amendment at the recommendation of our city attorney's office. This is in writing to my colleagues on council, but to lines 45 and 46, it will read, Be it further resolved that aging council members shall be recommended by the Office of Racial Equity, Inclusion, and Belonging and appointed by the City Council, with half of the members serving 2-year terms and the other half serving 1-year terms beginning July 1, 2026, and shall include. And that's the only change, so I will cede the floor there. Thank you.
Before I open it up to the council, do we need to vote on that amendment, or is it included in the motion language?
That is a good question.
I guess it's a question for maybe Attorney Brown.
I think that Councilor Schachter, being the counselor making the motion, can make it with that amended language.
Okay, very good.
So I
Thank
don't
you.
think there needs to be a separate vote on that amendment.
Thank you. And I know Councilor Carpenter wants to get into the queue. Are there others who want to speak to this resolution? Councilor Grant? Okay, so we'll go to Councilor Carpenter and then to Councilor Grant.
Thank you, and thank you to Councilor Schachter, who did a lot of work on this, and Councilor Parkinson, Councilor Grant, and Kelly Perkins from RAB, and as well Andrew Vietz, who runs our only senior center in the city and who's been incredibly supportive, and Glenn McCrae, who was the former chair of the council. So this, I think, is a really good step. It's been a little frustrating that we've had this sort of lull, but a lot has been going on during this past year, including the significant changes around eliminating core in the city, our work to get city programs up and going, and then reaching out to each department. And so I'm not going to talk a lot. The words are in the resolution. The council itself has a great work plan to start their guide, but it's really going to be important that we take this seriously. It's easy to not take it seriously. We have so many fires to put out, and as we've endeavored for other long-term planning in the city, we've got to take our own aging into consideration and really follow through on the Age Strong Vermont or Age Strong Burlington plan as we make all of our policy decisions, and not forget this group of citizens who really are, as Andrew pointed out, soon could be almost a third of our city. So again, I appreciate everyone who worked on this and look forward to the new recommendations and implementation.
Thank you, Councilor Carpenter. Councilor Grant.
Thank you. I agree very strongly with what my colleague, Councilor Carpenter, just said. I feel like we had these discussions and then these work, and then everything just went away. There were questions about this council, and there weren't answers with regards to what was going on or where to find the information. So I hope that we can move forward and have a place where this information is easily accessible by the public. And because it is really crucial at this time. We know the demographics, and we have to really be more mindful, because it is an equity issue. It is an equity issue. It's one of these equity issues that we keep not fully engaging in. The other thing that I have is that if we're going to bring this back together again, and we want to say that it is put together by July 1st, how are we recruiting, because it's not listed on the open positions? So how are people going to know that they can apply, or are we automatically going back to people that served on it before? That wasn't very clear to me, so I'd like to know if we've thought about that. Maybe there's someone who has the answer to that question. Thank you, because I know people who would like to be on it.
Thank you, Councilor Grant. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak to this resolution before we go to a vote? Counselor Schachter. Oops, I see Counselor Newbeezer, so we'll recognize you next.
I know Dr. Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
No, you go, Counselor Newbeezer.
Sorry about that. I didn't see the room and I thought
It was
you meant
my
me.
fault. Go ahead, Counselor Newbeezer.
Well, my apologies. Well, I just want to say briefly, agree with the need for this. I'm going to support this resolution. I'm happy to support it. But I did just want to thank Councilor Schachter for, we've had a lot of conversations about process and how we're doing this work together as a body. And I thought this was a really, really good example of folks coming together around an important issue, some good due diligence and work being put in, and sort of bringing this council together to support an issue. So I just wanted to point that out. I appreciate that. And I want to do more of that in this body. So thank you for leading in that respect.
Go ahead, Counselor Schachter, and then we'll go to a vote.
Thank you. And thank you for your kind words, Counselor Newbeezer. Just to answer your question, Dr. Perkins couldn't be here. I'd love to bring her into that conversation. And Attorney Brown, not to put you back on the spot, but this is not sort of the same type of board and commission that has certain governance authority that the other boards and commissions have. This is, I think, more along the lines of like trusted community voices and that sort of. So there'll be a little bit of a, it doesn't have to go through the same formal, we need some sort of formal recruitment process, absolutely, and I'd love for Dr. Perkins to help lead that, and it won't have to be the same application process as everything else that's going on right now.
Okay, and with that, all those in favor of the motion as made by Counselor Schachter and seconded by Counselor Carpenter indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That is unanimous. Thank you for this. Look forward to that work. And we'll move on to item 7.3, which is the Vermont Route 127 Shared Use Path Scoping Study Project Preferred Alternative Approval. And BPRW is on deck for this.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Max Medalinsky. I'm a project manager with Burlington Parks and Recreation and Waterfront. I'm joined obviously by my colleagues who are there at the table with you. Madeline Suinder from DPW. I believe Brian Davis from the Chittenden County Regional Planning Commission is there. We were all partners on this project, and I'm actually going to hand it off to our consultant from VHB, Drew Gingras, who has a presentation shared for you about this project. And yeah, looking forward to discussing it.
All right. Good evening, and thank you to the council for having us. So yeah, as Max described, this is the culmination, kind of the final step in what is known as a scoping study. So we're going to provide you a very brief overview in the interest of getting to kind of Q&A, any questions you have, as we look to put a bow on the study and seek your approval on the recommended preferred alternative. So just a quick overview. We're going to give, again, a very brief overall project overview and then really focus in on the real nitty-gritty of what was done for the alternatives development process. I'll share the scope of work in that brief overview to kind of give everyone the full capsulation of the scoping process before we shift into a recommended preferred alternative, which is what we're seeking your approval of, and then obviously leaving time for open discussion to answer any questions that you may have. So just a quick overview of the project. Again, I apologize, I did not introduce myself at the beginning of the meeting, but my name is Drew Gingras. I'm the consultant project manager, joined to my right by Maddie Sender with the City of Burlington DPW. And then as Max kicked us off, this project was done in connection with the Chittenden County Regional Planning Commission. We are supported by Brian Davis, who is here as well, and then was supported and constantly met on with both BPRW as well as DPW, recognizing that the path is kind of maintained by Parks and Rec, while DPW owns and operates and maintains Vermont 127, which the path will cross and connect into. So those that may not be as familiar with the overall scope of work for what's known as a scoping study, we just wanted to provide a very quick overview. This project culminates in what's called a recommended preferred alternative. This is not a design project. This is not a construction project. We are not asking for permission to put shovels in the ground or to stamp plans of final design. This is a process focused on evaluating opportunities for an identified need in the city and engaging with the public, engaging with an advisory group, and arriving at a preferred alternative that is community supported, stakeholder backed, and informed by engineering and planning analyses. So such a project like this really starts with looking at what you have on the ground. In our case, we're looking at the interchange of Vermont 127 and North Avenue as it pertains to a connection opportunity with the existing shared use path that travels on the east side of Vermont 27 between the old North End and the new North End. Back in 2018 in Plan BTV Walk Bike, there was an identified desire for a new connection between that facility and the new North End neighborhood. This study sought to evaluate options for such a connection. So following that initial kind of existing conditions assessment, we engaged with community members. And from that, we took their input, combined it with our advisory group engagement, and developed conceptual alternatives that met an identified purpose and need for the project. From there, we present those alternatives to the community, which we did in a joint session with Plan BTV New North End last summer. Which had great turnout and really kind of honed in for us on what was very clearly a community-supported alternative, which we'll get to in detail momentarily. From that, we really take time, meet with our advisory group, meet as a project team, refine that preferred alternative, and put forth a well-thought-out option for this connection as originally scoped, and then put together what's called an implementation plan, which is kind of a how-to get there, how to make this new connection that is now fully kind of realized. How do we get it on the ground? What are the next steps for the project in terms of funding, in terms of planning, in terms of design and permitting, et cetera? So with that, I really did want to kind of zoom in, not in a lot of detail on the alternatives development, but really shift after this, get into where we landed for a preferred alternative. So this is kind of a very, very, very succinct look at our alternatives analysis. 3 considerations were evaluated for a new connection between the existing path and the new North End neighborhood at that North Avenue and Vermont 127 intersection. The first alternative involves kind of reallocating space along the existing bridge that crosses Vermont 127. That was obviously scored well in our evaluation criteria. Number one, because it utilizes an existing piece of infrastructure, and anytime we can avoid significant new construction and use existing pieces of infrastructure, particularly when that piece of infrastructure is a bridge, that's generally seen as very favorable, especially from a cost and impact standpoint. We also then evaluated a new fully independent structure for bicyclists and pedestrians to use to cross Vermont 127 immediately parallel to the existing bridge. And then third, we evaluated an alternative which affectionately became known as the Bridge to Nowhere alternative, which would utilize the existing timber structure that crosses 127 just north of that existing interchange. As that came up from community members and our advisory group as an interested option for such a connection, but that one was relatively quickly ruled out, as can be seen here by our color-coded evaluation matrix. That resulted in significant natural resource impacts, high embodied carbon, and a cost that was higher than both of the other options, mostly because of the rehabilitation that would need to occur to the existing bridge, as well as the lengthy connection, as it was a bit more of a circuitous route to get to that structure. So from there, that alternatives development and evaluation process, which took about a year, compressed into, I think I'm at maybe 8 minutes now, I'm not 100% sure, resulted in the identification of a preferred alternative and subsequent refinements. And so that recommended preferred alternative that came out of this study that we are presenting to you today for approval is the alternative 1, which was reallocating space along the existing bridge. that crosses 127 and kind of presents itself as an ideal alignment for a new multimodal connection between the new north end and the existing path. As I touched on, it utilizes existing infrastructure while minimizing new construction. It minimizes resource impacts. It has the lowest estimated engineering cost, the greatest level of public support, and was unanimously supported by the project's advisory group. After we did kind of develop that recommended preferred alternative, we worked with our advisory group to identify some areas of refinement to really put together a fully baked alternative and a really informed implementation plan, to make this alternative a reality. And what we did when we looked at that refinement was we improved separation between motor vehicles and vulnerable roadway users. We sought to improve aesthetics with street tree plantings to make it feel more like a boulevard and less like a interchange. We added, or at least added for consideration, pedestrian scale lighting. And then at the North Avenue intersection, we are proposing to reduce one of the westbound lanes and in the interest of shortening pedestrian crossings and establish a new pedestrian crossing along the north leg of that intersection, given the new path connection that would be possible from this alternative. Following our initial presentation of the recommended preferred alternative, and these slides kind of speak to the last a little bit, the advisory group was curious about the traffic at that North Avenue intersection, understanding past sensitivities to traffic along North Avenue. So we did extensive traffic analysis and determined that with that one lane reduction along that westbound approach from 127 to North Avenue, that that leg of that intersection is over capacity, and so a reduction in one lane of capacity was not seen as detrimental to the traffic operations at that location. They also inquired about a more informed conceptual cost estimate, and so we did what would be considered slightly beyond a level of order of magnitude to look at full soup to nuts. If we were to start design on this project tomorrow and go all the way through construction, what would that look like in terms of a cost? And that was determined to be just over $5 million, and that is inclusive of engineering, design, construction, permitting, and all relevant contingencies that you would typically include when estimating cost at a project that's been brought through a scoping level. So all in all, this looks like it might be a little small on the screen. I apologize to council members further away, but such a new connection would look like this. We've kind of highlighted where new lighting would go, where street trees would be planted, how that new bridge, how space on the existing bridge would be allocated. Currently, there's very wide lanes, there's very wide shoulders, there's a very wide median, and all of that leads to the opportunity to reallocate that space to be inclusive of a new, fully separated, vertically with a crash barrier from the roadway connection that would then tie into the existing path. I'm not sure if you can see my cursor, but up here, and that kind of upper right corner of the screen. And then it would travel west all the way to connect into 127, where we'd establish that new pedestrian crossing and reduce the lane with street trees along this segment, kind of leading up to or traveling away from the real on-ramps, creating that more kind of boulevard, more equal use of space there as you approach the North Avenue and the new North End. So with that, I realize that was pretty rapid fire, but I'd love to hear any questions from council members and hopefully answer them adequately.
Yes, and thank you for that presentation. I'll just note that this also comes to the full council with a recommendation of the TUC. And before I open it up to the full council for discussion, I'll turn to Councilor Bergman for a motion on this.
Yes, yes, thank you. And just to preface the motion, the TUC did unanimously support this and recommend its passage after a long presentation. And so I would move to approve the Vermont Route 127 Shared Use Path Scoping Study Project Advisory Committee's selection of Alternative 1 to reallocate space for a shared use path on the north side of the existing bridge over Vermont Route 127.
Thank you, Councilor Bergman. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilor Broderick. So then I'll turn to councilors for questions and discussion. Who'd like to get into the queue? Councilor Litwin?
I don't mind kicking us off, although I'm also pulling up documents at the same time, so you may have to reiterate something that you already said. But so this, is in Ward 7 as well as Ward 2. So I've been following this from the get-go, and I think it's headed in the right direction. I think it's worth, if you did say it in the presentation, repeating how much of the funding is coming from the county, the CCPRC, to do this, and how much where the funding sources are coming from.
So the CCRPC funded the study itself. So this study was done, I believe, using city match with CCRPC dollars. Are you referring to the funding to potentially realize the construction of the connection?
Yes.
Yeah, so I did not speak to that.
Okay.
So there's no current plan in place to see that through. Given the magnitude of the cost of the project, I would think kind of federal and or piecemealed state funding would be required.
Okay, so this is like, we're imagining what this could be together. So I think it's important for the public, because I've seen comments out there concerned about us spending large amounts of money that we don't have. And so I just wanted to be clear that it's not happening immediately. And then the second thing I just wanted to say is I think that, you've done a great job with kind of having an intentional process. I know there were public meetings that were advertised to the community. One thing that I didn't see come up in terms of what you're recommending that I would recommend integrating is, and we've talked about this before, folks usually from Councilor Bergman's area kind of somehow getting onto that path with cars, particularly at night, and using it as a road. And I've gotten complaints from constituents, photographs sent to me over the years of cars at sometimes high speed. I've gotten text messages from folks in Councilor Bergman's neighborhood letting me know, hey, somebody's driving up the bike path at a high speed in a car. So it would be, and I've gone down there to look at it, so it would be good to have bollards or something in place to protect a biker should they come across a rogue driver. We would do everything in our power so that could not happen. That's important to me just because it's come up more frequently than I really ever would have hoped or imagined. So, thanks.
Yeah, and I will note one element of this study that I did not mention was as part of it, at the request of the city and supported by the CCRPC, was to complete 2 different assessments of the path. One was a trail widening feasibility assessment, and the other one was a safety assessment as it related to roadway departures from Vermont 127. And naturally, when we did engage with folks, thoughts on other thoughts on path improvements were shared, similar to what you're sharing for wrong way or motor vehicle access, lighting, et cetera. And we kind of took those into account and noted them in the study, but did make sure to note that the main impetus for the study was this new connection. But it's certainly not the first time that feedback was heard, for sure.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Litwin. I saw Councilor Bergman wanted to respond to a comment about his neighborhood, I think. So I'm going to allow it.
I think it's important to note that this is on the northern part after you get off of the bike path, and then you've got to, as you come up the hill and you go down, you cross the entryway to Ethan Allen Homestead as to, okay, how am I going to get to North Avenue? Now, I have on occasion wrongfully taken my bicycle, or run mostly, across the highway to get up to North Avenue. It's a really stupid idea. I do not recommend it for anybody, but if you're trying to get to the center part of North Avenue, there is no way to get there unless you go all the way up to Ethan Allen Homestead and then circle back around. What this does is allow people to cross over onto the bike path and then safely, and this is a beautiful picture, for how we can do it safely as pedestrians and bicyclists get from there to there, right? You can get there from here, so to speak, if we could afford to do this. And just to, I don't know, because you haven't forwarded me those emails, but the people that are driving up the bike path, up from the dump road, right, are driving down the dump road and then turning around and coming back and got nothing to do with this path. So for anybody out there that's confused or is questioning, people, it makes no sense at all for anybody to be driving a car back and forth on the Beltline bike path, the 127 bike path. There are people that go down into the dump, but it's actually, as somebody who lives right at the entrance there, it is very infrequent. So I really look forward to us finding the extra money somewhere, you know, some Santa Claus, to be able to make this thing happen. And I think that this makes a lot of sense. So I want to thank everybody for doing the work and for the presentation that we had at the TUC and getting that unanimous support. So I hope we can get to it.
Thank you, Councilor Bergman. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak to this item before we go to vote? Councilor Carpenter.
I don't want to report, I really do appreciate the work, and along with Councilor Bergman, I do hope we can find a way to do this. There is so much demand, if you would, to connect the neighborhoods. It really would have meaningful impact, and I think in some ways get rid of some divisions we have in the city. It's a logical way, particularly if you're walking and biking, to get from here to there. So I just hope we can figure out a way to do it. And thank you for the work.
Thank you, Councilor Carpenter. Anybody else? Going once, going twice? I'm going to go to a vote on the motion as made by Councilor Bergman and seconded by Councilor Broderick. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous. Thank you for this. This is going to be a good project.
Thank you, Council.
If we can get money for it.
Thank you.
Okay. Moving on. Next is item 7.4, purchase of vehicle installed equipment for parking enforcement. And we have DPW coming to present on this one.
All right, good evening, everybody. Chapin Spencer, Director of Public Works. I'm joined with Jackie Asperti here, our Division Director for Parking and Traffic. We're here tonight to seek your support for a contract amendment for our parking enforcement and software system, and specifically to implement license plate reader technology, which can help improve our operations and enable us to offer a suite of new products. And Jackie will provide the detail, and happy to answer any questions.
Sure. So we're looking for approval for authorization for the additional money to be spent from our Ames contract that was approved in 2022. This technology is very similar to what we're using right now. Instead of, or in addition to the phone camera that we use, this will just be mounted on the vehicle that we're driving. We plan to use it starting in the garages. It'll also give us another permit option. We're just calling it a punch card, so someone can purchase multiple days at a time at a discounted rate from the daily parking rate at the garage and use it when they please. We wanted to speak to some of the privacy policy issues that were brought up in the Board of Finance. We've updated the memo from that time just to go over some of the policy that we have over privacy. Yeah, if you have any questions, we're happy to answer them.
Thank you for that. I'll open it up for questions, but before I do that, I think we ought to go to a motion on this one as well, and I'm going to turn back to Councilor Bergman.
Sure. I'd like to move to approve the purchase of a vehicle-mounted camera technology from AIMS Parking for a total cost of $54,508, and authorize the Director of Public Works to take such further actions and to execute such further documents approved as to form by the City Attorney's Office as may be necessary or convenient to effectuate the transactions contemplated hereby.
Thank you, Councilor Bergman. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Grant. And now I'll open it up for discussion. Who'd like to get in the queue? Councilor Grant.
For discussion for the public that doesn't always get a chance to watch the Board of Finance meetings, could you, and we've, as a council, have gotten a lot of concerns about the privacy issues, if you could briefly review those and also talk about what we currently do, because there are some things that we are currently doing with regards to accessing information around cars, such as the fact that we have to register our cars and we have to have licenses. And so all of that is already in the state government system and not necessarily fully in control with regards to the city of Burlington. It's like we don't necessarily have that permission, and we know the state has already released some private information of individuals to the federal government. So a lot of people are concerned about what this new agreement will bring. Thank you.
No problem. I'll start off, and Jackie, please feel free to jump in. It is important to note Burlington made a very important policy decision back in 2021 to separate parking enforcement from law enforcement, and that was a major decision for our community. And DPW operates parking enforcement with no connection to Burlington Police Department. So this AIMS software platform we have is entirely in DPW's management, and there is both license plate information to help us understand who has a credential to appropriately park on the street in the garage. And then there's driver data that's related to registrations, addresses of vehicle owners, etc. We do not access the driver data anywhere in the field. We have a few trained staff who are Criminal Justice Information Service certified, called CJIS, in a locked office, who are the only ones who have access to driver data. That driver data is only accessed when someone does not pay a ticket for the 30 days and that ticket is delinquent. At that point, our trained and protected staff do connect then the LPR data with the driver data, and that data with the driver data is not stored locally on our servers, is not printed out, other than a letter being printed and mailed out. So we have very robust systems in place. There are signs on the doors that no one is allowed into that area where driver data is accessed without being CJIS certified. And lastly, I will just say that since we took over parking services in 2021, we have not had any court order or subpoena or departmental request for any of our data. I hope that helps. Anything you'd like to add?
No, I think, I'm not sure, just to clarify, if the camera or parking services takes a photo of the license plate and the person has paid, that data is not stored, it's just completely erased. We don't track the number of lookups that we do or anything like that. So that information is just erased, like it never happened. We only look up the person's personal data if they received a ticket and they did not pay in 30 days.
Were you all set, Councilor Grant? Okay, thank you. Councilor Singh, and then Councilor Letwin.
Thanks so much for this presentation, and also, Jackie, I appreciated you responding to I'm sorry I was late with my email, but how quickly you responded, so thank you for that. I just want to be clear, this is one of the things when I read it that I flagged was about the, paying for a permit to park downtown for an employee. I want people to know this does not affect The one that's designated where you can go in the Cherry Street lot for servers and janitorial staff downtown, that program is not a part of this, and we're not asking people to opt in and now pay for that. I think that's really important to know because most of our workers downtown probably can't afford to live in Burlington that are in those type of jobs. So thank you for clarifying that 100%. And then I just want to talk, you mentioned that this is used at the airport. Can you share with any anecdotes on how it actually works? Like they drive through the lot, it reads it, just kind of set the stage of what this is actually going to do.
So in the airport, it's a little bit different than what we are looking to purchase. So I don't know 100%, so I'll preface with that. But my understanding is if I drive through the entrance of the airport, they take a photo of my car, and I have the option, let's say I'm waiting for baggage, to pay for my parking after I've returned, and then I can just, it scans on my way out, and as I'm driving out, the gate lifts, and you can just drive out. I'm not sure what beyond that, the enforcement, it doesn't enforce anything in the garage because you can't leave.
Yeah.
So it's just an ease of payment option.
So it's an ease of pay, and I think that's important for people to understand what this is. You know, everybody talks about the customer experience downtown, and getting a ticket is the last thing if they're leaving for the customer experience. But understanding this technology and how it's going to be used, I think is really important for the public.
Thank you. And so downtown, basically, the technology is a little different in that right now we have attendants, parking agents walking through the garage with their handheld device. The difference is that device now would be mounted to a vehicle. Same process. If there's an uncredentialed parker, we'll do the same thing. The agent gets out of the car, takes the various pictures to document the violation, and places the ticket on the windshield.
All set? Okay, thank you. Councillor Singh, Councillor Litwin.
Thanks very much. I was not able to be at the Board of Finance presentation, so I appreciate that. Starting with my first questions are really within the memorandum that is attached. So we're talking about, what you're asking for is essentially a little over $50,000 to purchase and install these vehicle-mounted cameras, and my understanding from reading the memorandum is that it is in excess of the contract as it currently stands, but that you anticipate double that number in additional revenue from your ability, what I would imagine is to issue tickets faster and cover more ground. And so I guess I've got a couple questions there. One is, how do we come up with those numbers? Nice round numbers like 50,000 and 100,000. What analysis was done there? That's a lot of tickets. And additionally, I'd like to better understand what percentage of tickets, I know our core is probably more visitors than residents, but what percentage of our tickets are Burlington residents? And then if you're planning on covering more ground, is that going into more residential neighborhoods? And are we essentially coming up with a way to tax or punish folks parking in the Central District area particularly to make this money up?
So right now, we hit every residential street 2 times per day. I don't think that we would change that in the near future. So
Residential street with residential permit parking.
Yeah.
Not every street in the city.
Right.
So with our plan with this is just most people that park on residential streets do have a permit. So going through that right now takes approximately 30 minutes. And, you know, it's the same folks that park every single day. This enforcement's just, it's now going to take 3 minutes to drive on that street. Everyone has a permit. Great, we can move on. The parking garages are a little bit different. It takes hours to walk through the parking garage. And, you know, we may go at 7 a.m. and do the garage, and then again at 5 p.m. We're just missing a lot of people in between there. So I do think, to your point, there's a lot of visitors, maybe business owners or people that are working. So we don't have great data on if they're people that live here or visitors.
Okay, thanks. Is there a contingency plan if you don't make up the money?
I would say that, our goal entirely is to help people avoid tickets. When I started here, there was only one way to pay, and that was coinage. We're now at 99% of our spaces able to pay 3 ways. We have had pretty aggressive performance benchmarks to help support the general fund, just in terms of the amount, that $100,000. We normally gross around $1.4 million a year. So we're really talking about, a 6-7% increase in ticket revenue and or additional parking product revenue. So we feel that this is doable with the approach without having to add additional staff. We can be more effective with our existing staff.
Great. The last question I have really, and concern I have is, again, around privacy. When I look at the attached license plate reader policy, and I scroll down to both persons entitled to data, if the public is watching, and also prohibited use of data, I'm wondering if you can address any concerns that I or others might have around, so for example, the driver data, which there was question about what was held on, how much you actually held onto, will be made available only to staff as directed in the administration and enforcement section. And then I think I saw something here around a valid court order, which, as we saw on March 11th, there was a valid court order. And I would argue that it was invalid. And then on prohibited use of data, we do have some language here in section 3 around targeting individuals based on a variety of protected classes. And also number 5, for the purpose of infringing on First Amendment rights. How do you, what steps would you take? It sounds like you haven't had this request before, but what steps would you take if we were to approve this tonight to make sure that folks who are expressing their First Amendment rights, particularly right now in this country's moment in this country, and folks who are immigrants in this country, new Americans, or on their immigration journey, don't feel unsafe driving around our community, going about their daily business or patronizing our stores?
Right. I will start off, and then City Attorney Brown, if I could ask you to jump in here. I think the fundamental split between parking enforcement and law enforcement was a very major and significant decision that the council and the administration made. Our data is not connected to the police department in any way, and this policy, which has been in place, has been an effective tool for us. If we do get a request through a subpoena or other legal method, we'll be working immediately with the city attorney to figure out what the next steps are and how we respond.
And, well, first of all, I just want to say that Chapin and Jackie, you're doing a great job explaining the privacy aspects of this. My office has worked with DPW and the airport to draft this privacy policy. And I think what's important for the public to hear again is that, number one, there are 2 different kinds of data that we're talking about. So and we already collect this data, right? There's license plate, literally like the number on your license plate, right? That's used for determining whether someone is in compliance with the parking rules, and if they're not, issuing them a ticket. That doesn't involve identifying the owner of the car or anything, right? Then there's the driver data, which is held by the DMV and only obtained by DPW, by parking services, if someone doesn't pay their ticket, right? And what I think is also important for the public to know from this policy is that once a ticket is resolved, we don't keep that data it's either 30 or 60 days, but we get rid of it, right? So what you're getting to is that the only, and Chapin spoke to this already, but like the only circumstance under which parking services would be perhaps sharing driver data would be if there was some sort of court order, if there was some sort of subpoena issued. That's never happened. And so it's sort of hard to speak to like how we would deal with it since it's never happened, but it would become a legal matter at that point and we would fight it out in court, basically.
Thank you. I'm pretty much at time, but I want to thank, I've received some pretty difficult questions around license plate readers in general, and I think it's important that we overly discuss this and not rush this through so that I understand it and that the public watching understands it. So I will support this ultimately, but trusting that our city attorney's office, which has shown to be effective so far, and you folks are going to do everything to protect all driver data that we have. Thanks.
And I guess I don't know if this helps or not, but like I just want to be clear that we're not, this technology is not going to result in parking services collecting new information that they aren't already collecting. This is information that parking services is already collecting. This is just different technology for doing it. So these questions around privacy, frankly, have already existed. And as we've noted, we've never faced a situation where we were being asked to disclose it beyond our parking services needs.
Are you good? Okay, thank you, Councilor Litwin. Councilor Sanchez-Parkinson.
I want to again thank you for how you're addressing the privacy question. And I feel like I'm just going to build on it as well, just because of how important it is. And I think you're hearing it from multiple perspectives. I have not shared this publicly, but just a few weeks ago, a close family member was stopped randomly in a parking lot of a store, surrounded by 7 Jeeps of ICE, and all because they had the wrong license plate. So if you would have brought this at any other with any other given context of what is happening in our society, I think people would be responding differently. But this idea of gathering license plate information has brought a level of heightened awareness for everyone, including those who have been directly impacted by this. So even though that data has been collected, it's been recently because of state, federal, how specifically how ICE is working with state level and cities is impacting people in a very different way. And so I think having sensitivity for how that is communicated is very important, and in many ways unfortunate, but just wanted to just continue to reiterate the importance of, even though this data has been getting collected, right now in the way that is being brought in, we're in a whole different context, and we have a lot as a community and as people. We are not trusting of any type of entity that is collecting any of our data. So again, thank you for being thoughtful in how you're responding to it and how we can communicate that moving forward. I want to acknowledge how this is going to increase our efficiency for our work, and I appreciate continuing to think about that as well. And I think just generally as a culture, we're in a place of asking now time and time again, anytime we're introducing new technology, particularly around data collection, how are we ethically and how are we thoughtfully and critically adopting new technology and new data collection ideas or systems. And so again, both related to legal elements, but just also how our culture is shifting and how we think, or how we're thinking about data collection, I think is different. So just want to, again, reiterate that concern and how important it is to communicate it given our current context. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Sanchez-Parkinson. Councilor Newbezer's online, and you're next. Go ahead.
Thank you, Council President. Yeah, I also just want to speak. I raised concerns in the Board of Finance, so I guess I wanted to speak to it. And I'm not going to be voting for this today, but I do appreciate the thoughtfulness around the information provided and the discussion we're having around privacy. I guess my concern isn't necessarily current practice or the current policy. I might, if I'm really trying to like quibble, have like a difference of opinion here or there on the finer details of that. I guess my concern is just, I'm sensitive to the moment we're living in, and I guess I'm sensitive to like slippery slope argument, for lack of a better way to put it here. And while I understand the current policy, I do think is relatively thoughtful, and it sounds like current practice is even more so within DPW. One, I think it is fundamentally different when you're talking about the sort of efficiency in which we can collect this data. I think that is just fundamentally different, right? The idea that we're taking 3 minutes instead of 3 hours, I think changes the landscape and does make it a slightly different conversation. And then two, I guess my other concern around this is, I just, a city policy within the bureaucracy feels like a flimsy protection, I guess. And that's not anyone's fault or like on city staff by any means. But it feels like, one thing that at least I've taken away, and I think a lot of folks living through this moment, and certainly, this is sort of like people's understanding of government, especially younger generations. It's like laws and policies only mean so much. It requires actual buy-in, and so I think to me it sort of raises. I'm getting a little off topic, but it raises this broader question. And I mean the BED rather update that folks mentioned earlier, and I got an email earlier as well, like the idea that we're using like AI in city government, like maybe that's a good thing and it's an innocuous thing in its current form, and we haven't had a really robust community conversation around privacy, around data. In an ideal world, I think, and one of the things that I guess is coming out of this conversation for me is really wanting to, as a council, start discussions on coming up with something in charter that speaks to the use of data, or the use of AI rather, and then just data privacy and what protections we can put in as a city, because I think that's really relevant, and I don't know that we've adequately had that discussion as a community. So I just wanted to throw that out there and explain why I can't support this. One question that just came up for me as we were talking, though, was, and I didn't send this in advance, so I apologize, but because of the staff efficiency, because something like going through the parking lot is reduced drastically in terms of staff time, I'm curious if DPW's thought through just how we're anticipating using that extra staff time. Because what I definitely don't want to see is an efficiency in technology result in staff reduction. I know that's not what's being discussed here, but I'm curious, how have you thought through using this newfound capacity, I guess, moving forward?
Run out of things to do yet. So there's always something for the parking service agents to do, calls that people have made, places for them to go and check out. So we haven't had that problem, and we have no plans right now to reduce our staff.
Yeah, I think just to add on to that, there is possible, as Division Director Asperity said earlier, increased enforcement in the garages, just given the turnover in the garages, that feels like an appropriate place, that twice a day is a very limited slice of the activity of the garages. And second, in our FY, just in full disclosure, in our FY27 budget, we are proposing to eliminate a parking service agent position that has historically been frozen for years. We have been operating on 10 parking service agents. We plan to continue to operate with 10 parking service agents. And frankly, there's a whole myriad of work, such as crosswalk painting and other activity, that if in the future this work does get more efficient, we will happily redeploy forces. And as a matter of fact, we do have a reorganization proposal that we are working on currently that we hope is in front of council within a month, looking at how we tier positions, adjust positions to take care of the moment. Our signals are aging and need extra attention, and our crosswalks, residents are asking for more painting. There is plenty of work to do.
Thank you, Councilor Newbeezer. I have Councilor Broderick, and then Councilor Travers, and then I hope we can go to a vote.
Thank you. So just to be clear, am I correct in saying that the technology that we're talking about here, where there's a lot of concern, that is the LPR integration that you were talking about, the license plate recognition technology? Is that the technology that you're referring to that is causing the concerns about privacy? Or what is that?
Yes, this contract amendment is for the acquisition of license plate reader technology that's mounted to vehicles as opposed to our parking agents' phones.
So what is then not included in this bid, in the paragraph where you talk about the add-on that we are not accepting right now?
I'm not sure I fully understand the question.
I'll read it. The bid included an add-on option for license plate recognition LPR integration.
Great. So originally when we put this out to bid a couple of years ago, there was an ad alternate at the time that we had not taken advantage of for the license plate reader technology. We are now a couple years into the contract seeking to accept that additional service.
So yeah, so we're doing this now? This is what we're doing now?
Yes, and because the original contract was valued at $300,000 or something over the course of the contract, that bumped us. Even though this $50,000 ad is pretty small and under the purchasing policy, we wouldn't be in front of the council. It's because it's part of a larger contract that put us over the threshold.
Okay, sorry, I needed that clarification because I apparently read it wrong twice.
Probably wasn't clear.
I'm going to be voting no for the same reasons that Councilor Newbeezer cited regarding the privacy. I think the privacy policy that we have regarding LPR is good. I think it can be stronger, and that's another conversation. But I think as was stated, what matters to me is not just are we going to be following this policy now, which I'm confident that that we would. For me, it's the future, and I think a policy like this needs to be enshrined in law, in my opinion, in our charter or in state statute, as it represents to me a major protection of our civil liberties, not just in this case with this LPR technology for parking, but with the whole conversation around automatic LPR technology for things like speed cameras and other places that have generated much more controversy. So this is a policy that, like I said, it's good. I think it needs to be as protected as possible, so it cannot be changed easily. And so before something like that were to happen, I don't feel comfortable accepting this technology. So I'm voting no. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Broderick. Councilor Travers.
Yeah, thank you, Councilor Barlow, and regret chiming in here after my significant tardiness due to a professional conflict, but there's just a couple items that I want to add. First, Councilor Broderick, I had the same confusion that you did, and so you're not alone, and I think it's somewhat related to the fact that on our agenda, we have the memo that's back from 2022 and then the memo from today. And I admit the first time I read that first memo, I thought it was from today too, and it took me a moment to see, oh, it's from 4 years ago. So in any event, I had those same questions. More importantly, Councilor Sanchez-Parkinson, I really appreciate your speaking to your family's personal experience, and I'm deeply sorry that happened to your family. And very much appreciate your sharing it here in a raw way this evening, because I think it provides an incredibly important perspective. I also want to echo the gratitude that you voiced for the efforts that have been put into the privacy protections historically as well as today. And from my perspective, the most important point on that issue raised by the city attorney is that we're not collecting any information that we don't already collect. We're collecting it faster, we're collecting it more efficiently, but it's the same system, it's the same private information, and I know the city has put a ton of work in over the years to protecting the confidentiality of that. The point that hasn't been raised that I just wanted to make sure that I noted now is that I am voting on this because I want to provide our staff 21st century tools and make sure that they have the same tools available to them that their colleagues do in other communities around the country. I am not voting on this as a revenue generation tool. I think that if anything, we need to be looking for ways to expand free parking opportunities. We need to be looking for ways to lower the cost of parking downtown. I'm always thinking about the fact that, you know, Burlington is competing against communities where there are stores that people very much want to go to and parking lots where they can park for free right in front of the front door of that establishment. And Burlington needs to be thinking about that when it thinks about its parking policy. So to the extent this does result in the generation of additional revenue, whether it's 50,000, 100,000 or more, I do hope that we're thinking of ways as to how that can be reapplied back to what I just mentioned there. How can we expand free parking? How can we lower the cost of visiting our downtown? Because I do think that that's the way we need to be approaching this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Travers, and we'll go to Councilor Carpenter to hopefully wrap us up.
Thank you. Councilor Travers said it very well, and I appreciate his comment that if we do generate more revenue, that it strategically be used for free parking. And then just to specifically clarify, as I understand it, they're collecting the data now with their phones. So this is really no different. It's just, if you have the data on the phone, it's the same technology. It's just whether it's on the front of a car or the phone in your hand. Right. Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councilor Carpenter. And hopefully we can vote on this now. Does anybody else need to speak again? No? Okay, excellent. Since we're going to have a divided vote on this, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll, please.
Acting City Council President Barlow.
Yes.
Councilor Bergman.
Yes.
Councilor Broderick.
No.
Councilor Carpenter.
Yes.
Councilor Grant.
Yes.
Councilor Litwin.
Yes.
Councilor McKnight.
Yes.
Councilor Newbeezer.
No.
Councilor Sanchez Parkinson's.
Yes.
Councilor Schachter.
Yes.
Councilor Singh.
Yes.
Councilor Travers.
Yes.
Ten ayes, 2 nays.
With 10 ayes, 2 nays, the motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And next we'll move on to at item 7.5, a public hearing on the Community Development Block Grant and Home Investment Partnership proposed allocations for the 2026 Action Plan for Housing and Community Development. And before we go to open the public hearing, we'll have some CEDO staff up here to talk to us about this.
Thank you, Councilor Barlow. My name is Cara Alnestrawi. I'm the director of CEDO, and I am joined today by Christine Curtis, who is the manager of our CDBG program. I will pretty much pass it over to you, and I'll hop in as needed.
Thank you. I'll just do a quick introduction in the interest of time, and then we'll open it up. So as stated in our memo to council, we are here to solicit comments and or questions from the public, city councilors, city staff, in regards to our draft 2026 action plan for housing and community development, more specifically for 2 federal grants that the city receives every year. One of those grants is the Community Development Block Grant, or CDBG, And the other grant is the Home Investment Partnership Grant, or HOME Grant. Starting on July 1st of this year, that will be the start of our upcoming 2026 program year. That will run through June 30th of 2027. The city will be receiving $765,285 in CDBG funds and $339,484 in home funds. Also outlined in the memo to council, and certainly in more detail in the action plan itself, are the CDBG subawards for the upcoming program year. So those subawards you're seeing outlined in that table are broken out into two categories. Development and public service. Development activities for the city currently look like public facility and infrastructure improvement projects, as well as economic development activities and/or projects. Public service activities are those critical services provided by our nonprofit partners, and they serve Burlington's low-income population. So with that said, I will open the floor to any comments and/or questions.
I am, in my role here as acting council president, unclear if we first go to councilors or we go right into the public hearing.
I think it makes sense to go to the public so that then staff can address any questions.
Thank you, Attorney Brown.
Yep.
So I will open the public hearing, and we have two people who have signed up already to speak at public hearing. The first is Travis Poulin.
Oh. Hi, Travis. Oh. I'll sit next to you in case you have a question. Is that okay?
I don't think you'll have any questions.
Oh, okay.
Hello, thank you. My name is Travis Poulin. I'm the Community Action Network Director for the Champlain Valley Office of Economic Opportunity. I'm actually just here tonight to thank the city and the staff at CEDO for their ongoing support over the years for our volunteer income tax assistance program. We have for many years received financial support through CDBG funding for our free income tax preparation services. This year, we were granted $15,000. Burlington households represent roughly 35 to 40% of the total households that we see. This tax season, we worked with 42 community volunteers who were IRS trained and certified. They donated 2,493 hours of service between February 1st and April 15th. Preparing 1,562 federal returns and 1,545 state returns for a little over $3 million returned to the community in tax credits and refunds. And as I said, about 35 to 40% of that are represented by Burlington residents. So we are extremely happy with this ongoing long relationship with the city of Burlington to support this program. I would be remiss if I also did not thank the management of the University Mall, because for the last 6 years they have donated the space that we use to see people. And I'm just here to say thank you. It's been a wonderful program. It helps a lot of people. We work with many different social service agencies to make this happen, including AALV and other organizations that help provide interpretation services. And we are still catching up on data entry. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Travis. We also have online former Councilor Sharon Busher, who signed up to speak at public hearing. Go ahead, Sharon.
Can you hear me?
We sure can.
Okay, sorry. Yes, thank you so much. I wanted to comment on the three categories, the Public Service Awards, the CDBG Development Awards, and then the Home Awards. So with the Public Service Awards, first of all, the memo was very clear, and the CEDO director and the lady that just spoke, whose name just slipped my mind, anyways, who's in charge of the grants, actually did a wonderful job with the memo, and explaining this year that for whatever reason, and some were suggested that there weren't as many development requests. And so the process was a little different because they were able to award money to all of the requesters. And that was very helpful to understand that. In the past, and I'm talking way past, before the CEDO director probably started with the city, there used to be in the synopsis tables that you have in your packet, there used to be not only, let's just take the public service awards, there used to be who requested it, what the ask was, and then what was awarded. And I found that very useful because it wasn't that I was going to take issue with the fact that somebody didn't get all the money, because usually there's not enough money to go around. But I think it made it clear to the community how great the need is for certain categories, for certain services. And so I just wanted to state, I thought that that would be, I know if you dig down, oftentimes you can find that information, but it's hard to put that all together. So that's just a request, and it hasn't been acted on, but I'm still going to continue to request it because I think it does serve a purpose. My last comment has to do with home. And the dollar amount was stated, how much money, but in the table, it just says affordable housing, and then the agencies are to be determined. So I found myself at a loss giving feedback to, I don't know how many agencies are asking for money and if all of them are going to get funding. So I really don't know how to respond in this public hearing. And so that leaves me wondering, you're going to act next Monday. And so will the home section really have had an opportunity to have it aired and for the council to get feedback to take action on that? And I'm not trying to delay it. I just don't know how to proceed because I can't comment on what is unknown to me. So those are my comments. But overall, once again, we don't get enough money. Our need is great. And the people that do this work, the people from the MPAs and CEDO does an excellent job in trying to dole out less than adequate funds in a fair and equitable way. So thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. Is there anyone else here tonight who'd like to speak at this public hearing? And I'm not seeing anybody, and there's no one online. So I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing, but I guess I'll also open it up for councilors to comment briefly on this item. Anybody wants to? I'm not seeing anybody. I guess that's it.
We might address.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, if I could, because I think, and thank you, Sharon, for your comments, as always. I want to address her questions about the home program and the awards and funding as they're outlined in this table, because this item will be coming to Board of Finance and full council next week for approval. So, you know, the home program, grant program, and the CFG program operate very differently. Probably one of the biggest differences is that for the home program, we receive applications on a rolling basis throughout the year. Whereas for CDBG, there is a timeline that's followed every year. We release a NOFA, there's a competitive application process, and then it closes. That is per HUD regulations. We have to have all of our specific activities for development and public service laid out in complete detail in the action plan before we can receive that CDBG grant. That does not apply to the home program. So the reason why the for the home awards and funding table in this memo, it says TBD. That is because I checked in with our home program manager a few weeks ago, we currently do not have any home applications. So what you all will be reviewing and approving right now at this moment until we receive any applications would be just this funding amount. If this doesn't get approved in this plan by full council and then by HUD, then we don't receive the money at all. So we want to make sure we receive the money so that when we do receive any applications for affordable housing, that we would be able to utilize them.
Well, thank you for that clarification. And is there anything else you want to add before we close this item out? No? Okay, well, thank you very much. Thanks for everybody who participated in the public hearing. So I'm going to move us along to item 7.6, the SECORD Phase 1 Development Agreement. And I think Cito's back for this one as well.
Yeah, I'm going to be here for a while. I think Andrew, are we going to? Just give us 1 second. We have some people joining us, and I'm going to share my screen as well.
Cara, while you're doing that, classic mayor filibuster moment, just to be efficient our time. As Cara's pulling this up, I just want to start by saying, starting with deep appreciations for just the strong partnership that this has been, at least since I've been mayor. And really this moment, this historic moment that this agreement being brought to you represents for the city of Burlington in our journey and in our strategy for really bringing thoughtful, affordable housing development in the city in new and exciting ways that are values-based, that align with the city in terms of not only deeper affordability, but creative thought around livability and the beginning of what is really, as people have heard me talk about, a neighborhood being born out of a big parking lot at this moment in time. And it's just been remarkable to be able to work with a team who brings new insight and innovation into this conversation and really has, I think, going to push us as a city in the right ways and what public-private partnerships can really be about. So I just want to thank the team overall, our CEDO team for working so hard, as well as the Jonathan Rose Company, and every person who's been part of this new partnership that's been emerging. It's been great to watch, and I really appreciate how well the negotiations have gone.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. I will kick off. Again, Cara Al-Nasraoui, Director of CEDO. I am joined to my left by Gumi Yonson, who is our Real Estate Development Manager, Andrew Foley, who represents Jonathan Rose Companies, who is our private developer. They are out of New York. I couldn't see who was there. Charles Dillard, our Director of City Planning. I will also note we have some other members in the public here who represent Ride Your Bike, which is another group of investors in this project that are local. And we also have Jeffrey Glassberg sitting behind me, who is our real estate development consultant. We're really excited to be here today. This is one of the largest housing projects in the state of Vermont. And we're coming to you with Phase 1, the development agreement for Phase 1. So the entire project would encompass 1,400 units of housing. Phase 1 encompasses 204 units of housing, mixed income, and we're really excited to be heading forward with this. Something that's a little bit different about this development agreement, for me, represents a change in thinking from the administration as well as from CEDO, as ways that we can incentivize our private sector to be building more affordable units or more deeply affordable units. And so this is, you'll see our approach in this development agreement is to incentivize incentivize our private sector partners to bring housing to our community that can serve all members of our community. And I think at this point, I'll stop talking and I'll pass it over to Charles Dillard, who is our Director of City Planning.
Thank you, Cara. I'm going to keep my comments brief. I think most of you know the planning history of the South End, but for those of you who don't, I just want to recap it briefly because I think it's an important story to tell in advance of the conversation about the development. So 10 years ago, Burlington's community was engaged in a planning process for the South End. That planning process was largely focused on infrastructure, on access to open space, on remediating brownfields, and on fostering and protecting and preserving the South End's economy, which at that time was largely based around legacy industrial uses, artists and makers, and a burgeoning sort of brewery and restaurant scene and retail scene. At the time, housing was discussed. There was a housing crisis bubbling up in Burlington and across the country. But at the time, it wasn't as severe as it is now. You didn't hear the housing crisis discussed every day. And so in 2019, the community rejected the idea of housing in the South End, but left the door open for an evolving picture. 3 years later, after a pandemic-induced housing crisis that only worsened in Burlington, the community made space for that conversation. And it was the South End Innovation District that sparked a great dialogue in the community, across the community, about what housing could look like in the South End amidst this great legacy of industrial uses of artists and makers and everything else that was happening in the South End. We engaged the community on pretty sophisticated topics, mass timber, car light urban design, cross ventilation, all sorts of things that you don't normally hear about in a zoning amendment. But we did that because we knew it was important to craft a zoning amendment that was reflective of the community's values, centering density, sustainability, and public health. We also had a land use conversation that strived to center that existing economic base in the South End. And ultimately, in 2023, just 4 years after the community had rejected the idea of housing in the South End, the City Council unanimously adopted the idea of not just housing in the South End, but the densest zoning district in the state of Vermont that, again, centers sustainability and progressive values. So here we are today, and I think just briefly on this slide, I just want to point out that SECORD embodies so much of the vision that was in Plan BTV South End, but also so much of what we're excited about looking forward in Plan BTV 2050. It combines thinking about housing, but about affordability, about transportation, mobility, open space, and economic progress. And so we're really excited to see this first phase of the project doing exactly what we hoped for when we started that zoning amendment process back in 2022. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Gumi to tell you a little bit more about the project, and then you'll hear from Andrew.
Thank you, Charles. Very excited to be here tonight. I'm Gumi Jonsson, the city's real estate development manager. And just to give you sort of a visual of many of the things that Charles was mentioning, this project obviously didn't happen overnight. What we're seeing tonight is the result of years of planning, zoning work, interdepartmental coordination, and a lot of collaboration with the community and as well as private partners. So the South End plan sort of established the vision back in 2019. The zoning, the South End Innovation District zoning, created the regulatory framework, and then through MOUs, pre-development agreement, and a lot of subsequent work, we have sort of advanced the feasibility and coordination and planning of this project. And now we're finally at the implementation stage. And, just a quick note that we are sort of discussing the development agreement tonight, but we will be coming back in the coming, hopefully, weeks, as soon as possible with future agreements related to both phase one and future phases of the project. So the development agreement that we're discussing tonight is sort of this bridge between planning and actually delivering phase one. A major theme of the project has been deep collaboration and iterative design that has been achieved by involving a number of city departments, the Champlain College, the development team, of course, a lot of community engagement. I would say this project represents sort of one of the more deeper collaborations that I have experienced, at least. And it's been an ongoing refinement over multiple years, getting to where we're at tonight and the phase one sort of project. So, like we've been discussing, what the project is sort of fundamentally about is transforming an underutilized surface parking lot into a new mixed-income neighborhood. It's more than a site. It's going to be an entire neighborhood. Like Cara mentioned, target of 1,200 to 1,400 residential units, mixed income, mobility, in particular walkability and bikeability are at the forefront of the sort of streetscape that we have designed over the past, 2 or 3 years, I would say. Sustainability, low carbon development, infrastructure modernization, as well as sort of focusing on the goal of improving the water quality of Lake Champlain and the benefits that we can sort of achieve by turning a surface parking lot into something that actually captures water and builds infrastructure that protects our environment. So the project aligns housing, infrastructure, climate, mobility goals into a single coordinated redevelopment effort. And it's exciting to sort of look at the aerial photos and then compare them with it's more than a conceptual framework. The city and the developers, we've agreed on the streets, and many of the components you can see in these renderings, as well as, of course, the phase one building. So as we're sort of specifically focusing on phase one tonight and the development agreement, I just want to say that it sort of establishes the agreement establishes the framework necessary to move from planning into implementation. It defines responsibilities between the parties. It aligns public and private investment. It establishes the framework for future CHIP or tax increment infrastructure financing. It advances the city's housing and affordability goals. With a quite novel approach, it links permit fee reductions to expanded and deeper affordability outcomes. And importantly, it preserves the future sort of council oversight of the project, as we will be coming up here again in the future to discuss CHIP approvals, housing infrastructure agreements, financing approvals, and any substantive amendments, that we will of course bring back to council for review and approval. And with that overview, I'll hand it over to Andrew Foley and Todd to walk through the phase one project and implementation details.
You want to go?
Microphone. I just wanted to make sure I introduced Todd Sarandos, who is from the Ride Your Bike portion of the development group. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I think due to the scope and the size of this project, I really wanted to kind of formally introduce Andrew Foley and maybe brag a little bit about the Jonathan Rose Company and how fortunate we are to have Andrew as our development partner. For those of you that don't know or are unfamiliar with the Jonathan Rose Companies, they are a nationally recognized multifamily, mixed income, affordable housing developer. Over, I think it's like 37 years, they've created $5 billion worth of value in the projects that they've developed. They own and operate over 19,000 units in 14 different states. I mean, this is significant experience to bring to our community. And in the dozens of developers that we interviewed, there were none that had this kind of experience and resume. And that doesn't even, I mean, there's the awards that they've won for sustainability and community resilience and social impact. I mean, if you read their website, it just goes on and on. And we're really excited that we have the opportunity to work with them, and particularly with like transit-oriented development and with urban infill and creating high-quality, affordable housing. It's to execute on this shared vision that the SECORD partners have spent years developing, and in a large capacity, such a large project, it was really important for us to get this right. And we couldn't be more thrilled to have Andrew Foley and Jonathan Rowe's company on board as our partner. And Andrew's been with us for like maybe a year and a half, working side by side with the Ride Your Bike team, and really has taken the lead on everything, the design, the development, has worked with Champlain Housing Trust, with Evernorth, with the various state housing and finance agencies. It's just been an amazing partnership so far, and I guess with that, I can turn it over to Andrew Foley.
Thanks, Todd. Yeah. Wow, appreciate that really warm introduction. And it's a pleasure to see many of you again and meet some of you in person. Andrew Foley with Jonathan Rowe's Companies. And just to echo what the mayor said, this is a really important milestone for the project and all the hard work we've been doing over the last several years. But not only the work recent, but all of the past work that Charles elaborated on to get to this point. As Todd mentioned, we work around the country, and it is clear to us that this is a really special opportunity to develop a mixed income, deeply sustainable community in the South End. And so we feel really privileged to be here at this table and talking a little bit about the project. I will just to go a little bit more into detail of the first phase. So we're here to talk, we have some detail around what phase one looks like, but this is really a development agreement that charts out a course and a framework for developing future phases. But let's just talk a little bit about phase one. So 204 residential units with 7,600 square feet of ground floor non-residential space, which will include a variety of uses that will serve this community. In addition to the building itself, we'll be building the first phase of housing infrastructure on the site. So that'll include the first segments of 2 future public streets. We're calling the Main Street Innovation Lane and North Cross Street, which are working titles. We'll also be advancing the first phase of stormwater and wastewater improvements that will reduce combined sewer overflows and help protect the lake. And then a range of other site utilities that will not only enable this project to open to residents, but also set the foundation for future buildings to come. We are also very fortunate to with the passage of the CHIP program last year in the legislature, and are looking forward to bringing that proposal forward. A bit on the affordability, as Cara mentioned, we are providing a third affordability in our proposal. So that is taking the baseline of inclusionary housing with some of the additional incentives under Act 250 for the baseline 20%. And we're doing 2 things. One, we're doing deeper affordability. So we're proposing that 20% of the units are affordable to households at or below 50% of area median income. And we're expanding that affordability to get up to a third affordable using the full benefit of the federal 4% low-income housing tax credit program. And you can just see an example here. That'll be providing units that have monthly rents at $1,100, $1,200 a month, and above. So we appreciate that this is, to go deeper on this affordability requires a public-private partnership and funding at city, state, and federal sources. So as a project, we are fully maximizing all of those resources to get to this level of affordability. And we're also proposing a deeply sustainable building. So this first phase building will be an all-electric, highly efficient building. We're utilizing mass timber. We are proposing an open-loop geothermal system for HVAC system and a 130 kilowatt solar array on the roof. We're also going to be implementing a range of amenities to encourage residents to live a car-light lifestyle through car share, through ample bike storage, and promoting alternatives to car ownership. So I want to stop there to leave as much time for questions as possible, as we want to focus in on the development agreement. And but it's a pleasure to meet you all, and look forward to your questions.
Is there more, or do you want?
No.
Want me to go? Okay. Well, we're getting near our witching hour. We have council rules that say we can't take our deliberative agenda beyond 10:30 without suspending our rules. So before we get into a motion on this, I'd like to entertain a motion on suspending the rules. Go ahead, Councilor Bergman.
So I'd like to move to suspend the rules to complete our deliberative agenda.
Second.
Is there a second? Seconded by Councilor Travers. Okay. All those in favor of suspending our, or is there any discussion before we vote? Okay, I guess not. Okay, all those in favor of suspending our rules to complete our deliberative agenda, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? That's unanimous. Okay, so our rules are suspended to complete our deliberative agenda, and we'll continue with the SECORD presentation, and now we're on to questions. So are there councilors who want to speak to this? We'll start with Councilor Bergman.
So I actually don't have any questions. I just want to thank you for the combination of work that you're bringing to the city team, for doing good negotiations, including Jeff back there, for you guys and the owners for putting together a proposal that really deals with a triad of issues: your environmental, your housing, and, well, I guess maybe it's just 2 pillars as opposed to 3, because so much is really related to the environmental. You know, there are many pieces of it. So I'm really looking forward to the mass timber and the geothermal and the solar as being examples of a new type of building, and I hope that you can get as close to passive house, if you can adopt it, as you possibly can. I want you to prove that the governor is wrong about rolling back the standards, the building code standards, that you can do this in a cost-effective way and still protect our environment so we can do our part on climate change. And very excited about the TDM stuff that I've been talking with you people for, a year and a half or so. I'm very excited about the affordability that you're bringing, particularly the expanded affordability. And I was asked, why are we ponying up possibly $500,000 to do this? Well, if you look at what people in this city are making, right? We have got a city of great income disparity, and like in 2023, that's the latest tax numbers that we've got, 53% of the total households, of the total taxpayers of this city were making under $50,000, okay? And the expanded affordability that you've got there will reach those people, because that's about $100,000 or $90,000. And so you are hitting a population which is getting priced out. And we heard all night about homeless folks and the contradictions that we've got, and we have got to do a good job on that. So expanding the numbers and expanding the range of affordability, and also the 80% and I think it is yours is a 70% affordability, starts to hit working people, because when I adopted and got past the inclusionary zoning in 1991, when I was on the council before, I said, if you're going to build rich people's housing, you better build working people's housing, right? And I'm absolutely committed to doing that. So I'm glad that you are showing that that this is possible, and I hope that we will support this unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bergman. Councilor Carpenter, and then Councilor Singh. Anybody else?
Thanks. I just wanted a couple to clarify. Did I hear you that you are working with some of the local nonprofits like CHT and Evernorth? And could you explain that a little bit?
Yes. So Champlain Housing Trust is going to be an active participant in the project with first providing resident services.
Yeah.
They will be also a co-developer in helping us develop the project and playing an important role with VHCB, who's providing some funding for the project.
Okay. And your intent maybe is to work with Evernorth on that syndication?
Yes, correct. We have selected Evernorth as our tax credit syndicator.
Okay. And is your company intending or hoping to continue with the development of the rest of the housing on this project?
Yeah, that is our intent. Yeah.
Okay.
So in this framework allows us to continue to move forward on future phases.
Okay. And are you the management do you provide the management services as well, or will that be another entity?
So we have a strategic partnership with a group called Wynn Residential. They're a large manager of affordable housing and mixed income housing based out of Boston.
Yes, I'm familiar with them. Okay, and so they would be the management agent?
Correct.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Carpenter. And I was remiss not to entertain a motion at the beginning of this item. You see, I'm not very good at this. I don't do it very often. So I'm going to now turn to Councilor Singh, and he's going to remedy that for me.
Yeah, I'll make the motion to approve the development agreement and to authorize the mayor and the city of Burlington to execute the development agreement between the city of Burlington, Roger Pike LLC, and RYB Building A LLC for Phase 1 of the South End Coordinated Redevelopment SECORD project, subject to review and approval of the documents by the city attorney's office, and take such further actions and execute such further instruments approved as to form by the city attorney, as may be necessary or convenient to effectuate the transaction contemplated hereby, provided that the HIA and any subsequent amendments to the HIA or to the development agreement shall require the city council approval.
Thank you, Councilor Singh. Is there a second on that?
Second.
Second by Councilor Schachter. And now
So point of information, Council.
Yeah.
Councilor Singh, read it again.
Oh, yeah. I was trying to preserve time by reading faster. I'll just make some really brief comments. I want to welcome you, Andrew. I don't think I've met you. Hearing about what you do throughout the country and you're bringing it here, warm welcome to Burlington. I hope everybody welcomes you with open arms in this council. I believe will tonight too. Also, Todd, thank you for everything you do and the thoughtfulness in the project that you put forth for, I represent the South District, so this is huge for us. Gumi and Kara and Charles, your staff, and the hard work you've put into this. I'd be remiss if I didn't thank you, because reading through this, it looks like, there's a lot of work in here. The biggest thing, 200 new housing units. I mean, this is huge change in the way we do things here in the South End as far as, transit oriented. We're going to get great infrastructure. We're going to protect the lake. This is just amazing. And the fact that we're using the newly, minted chips to make this happen. These are all the things that I hope we can model in other places, and I just really appreciate the hard work on this.
Thank you, Councillor Singh. So we have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion on this before we go to a vote? Councillor Schachter.
Yes, Acting President Barlow, I'll keep it very fast. I just would be remiss if I didn't just say thank you. I think, people ask, what's it like to serve on council? And my usual answer is it's never dull. And sometimes that's not a great thing, but sometimes there's such exciting things that come through that we get to have the frontline view of. And knowing how much work has gone into this, years and years and years of thoughtful planning, such care, such commitment to our values as a city. And so I think this is one of the more exciting votes I've had the chance to take in the last year. And I'm really excited to see this and so grateful for this really incredible team that's behind this project. So thank you.
And seeing no one else in the queue, we'll try a voice vote on this one. All those in favor of approving the SECORD development agreement?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? And that's unanimous. Thank you, and I'll echo my I guess, appreciation for everything that's happening down there at that project. It's a really important one for the city, so thank you very much.
Thank you all very much.
And next, moving on to our second to last item, the fourth amendment to City Place ARDA 2.0 inclusionary housing delivery timeline. And we have Cito back for this one as well.
Yes, hello. Carl Nisrawi, Cito Director, Gumi Jonsson, the city's real estate development manager. This was the item we had a work session on last week with all of you. I will perhaps kick us off the same way I kicked us off last week, which is this is not exactly the place we all want to be in right now, neither the developers nor the city. I know this last project that we just, SECORD that we just discussed is shiny and new and is hitting all the buttons. I do want to say that this project in the heart of our downtown, I feel very strongly is so close to the finish line. It is in a little bit of a fragile state. As you all know, it has been decades in the making, and our request here is to assist the developers in getting this across the finish line. That entails an extension of the delivery of the inclusionary zoning units. The maximum extension is to the December 31st of 2027. However, we do expect TCO, so temporary certificates of occupancy, will be issued, some as soon as June 2027, so 1 year from now. And I want to reiterate that no certificates of occupancy, permanent or temporary, will be issued without the inclusionary zoning units. So we will not be having any more market rate units hit the market before we see inclusionary zoning units. Gumi, I don't know if you...
I don't have much to add unless we just want to run through the amendment again. I'm happy to do that. But
maybe, I mean, I'm happy to entertain questions at this point if you would like. At this point, again, we had discussed that some of their financing is in jeopardy. They need this extension to lock down the funding in the North Tower, which they hope to have in the next few weeks. Again, as the director of Cito, this isn't my favorite position to be in. I will say, however, that when we sign these development agreements, like we will be signing with SECORD, thanks to your vote, these are living and breathing documents. They are documents that react to market conditions, whether we like that or not. That's the reality. This is not a project that's fully federally funded in any way. That funding has dried up, so Cito is in the business of bringing forth public-private partnerships where we need to be sensitive to our private sector partners and how the economy and market conditions are impacting them. And we will entertain questions.
Thank you for that. Before entertaining questions, I'm going to turn to Councillor Travers for a motion on this item.
Yes, I would move to approve the amendments to the ARDA and to authorize the mayor of the city of Burlington to execute the Fourth Amendment to the City Place Second Amended and Restated Development Agreement, ARDA 2.0, between the city of Burlington and City Place Partners LLC, subject to the review and approval of the documents by the city attorney's office. I would ask for the floor back upon a second.
Thank you. Is there a second? Seconded by who? By Councilor Bergman. Okay, thank you. The floor is yours, Councilor Travers.
Thank you, Councilor Barlow, and thank you very much for this presentation, as well as the opportunity for the council to weigh in at our recent meeting. And I just want to say just very quickly here that Director Al-Nasrawi, I very much appreciate your comments with respect to this not being your favorite place and wishing you didn't have to be here. But I just want to say, I don't think you have to say that from my perspective. I think the more important item that you noted in your comments was that we were told at the very beginning of entering into this development agreement that this document was just as you described it, a living document. This is a multi-year project, circumstances change. As mentioned at our last meeting, I'm incredibly grateful to the local partners that we have here, very grateful to your office for continuing to work with them. As mentioned in the motion here, this is the Fourth Amendment. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a Fifth Amendment down the road. I mean, I don't know that that's in the cards, but that's what we've done here, right? And we were told very clearly and transparently when we first entered into an agreement with these partners to expect just what is before us. And I'm very pleased for the ability to continue to support this great project in whatever way we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Travers. Who else would like to speak to this item? Councilor Grant.
Thank you. I will be voting yes because, to your point, it needs to move forward. People want to see it completed. I have to say that there was that concern that was expressed around the IZ units being rented at Marketplace, and then this whole idea of like, well, you don't want us to evict people. That was just a wee bit not okay. But it has my support, as I just said, because people want to see this done. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Grant. Councilor Litwin.
Thanks, and I appreciate that we were able to take a little more time because of when this came to the council so that we could get questions answered offline. Thank you, Gumi and Director Al-Nasrawi for taking my call and answering my questions. I think the only question I am left with that I didn't see in the full execution agreement, which by the way is 114 pages, in the 4-page version, when we're talking about South Tower IZ shortfall payments, I just couldn't find what that payment is. And is that a city ordinance policy, or like what is that, you know, what governs how much they have to pay?
So the mechanism, as we laid out in the amendment, is basically at the time when the payments kick in the case that they will not have delivered the affordable units by December 31st, 2027, we will look at their average market rate units as well as the affordable units that are missing, in this case the 11-1 from the South Tower, and the differential between the market rate and affordable will set the payment or the amount. So as of now, it is estimated to be about $1,000 per unit, so $11,000 per month, but that's an amount that we will have to sort of recalculate at the time.
That makes a lot of sense. Is it worth putting this in the agreement, or is this just understood?
That is in the amendment to the agreement.
Okay, great.
Yes. Yeah. No, we had the lawyers
do
that, yep.
We love lawyers, thank you. All done.
Thank you, Councilor Litwin. Councilor Bergman.
Hi. So I just want to thank you for negotiating instead of just rolling over. This last point is really important because, you know, if they don't fulfill the requirement, you're going to be able to not allow them to profit off of that. That's the idea by this calculation, and so we have to do it at an up-to-date point in time. but, so many governments, they just roll over when, the big dog says bark, they just like roll, they play dead. And I'm glad that you didn't do that. I'm glad that we've got the limitation on the certificates of occupancy so that you just don't get to profit. And I think that, that is the advantage of having local contractors and developers. So there's something to be said, but everybody's in it for money. Let's be clear about it. We have local developers and landlords that would not do this. The fact that you're local doesn't mean that you are, like an angel from heaven, right? So we have to be particularly hard, and you've got in here the continued community benefit parts of it, that those community benefits agreements that we've negotiated that are very important too. So I'm disappointed, but not surprised that the costs and the financing have changed given the chaos that the federal administration has rained on the entire planet. So, we have to take into account of that, and the fact that this is about a year off when is what I understood them to be. I do not want to go backwards on this one. Comments from Councilor Travers in terms of wouldn't be surprised if there was another amendment. So there's going to have to be a lot of good negotiating and give and take if conditions get worse. But given what we've got here and now, I can support this, and I want to thank you for the hard work that you did. And I thank them for continuing to stay with a project that should not be under construction until my grandkids have kids. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Bergman. Is there anyone else who wants to speak? Go ahead, Councilor Carpenter. Oops. We'll go to Councilor Carpenter and then to Councilor Newbeezer.
Thanks. I just want to reiterate one of the points that was in the memo, that this particular project is doing their affordable housing units with no public subsidy.
Correct.
We just don't see that. The SECORD development is very exciting, but it is incumbent on a lot of public subsidy, which means we won't do other projects. So this is so unusual. I just want us to note that. And the fact that there's a delay is not a surprise to me, particularly while they're striving to do it without any other public subsidy.
Correct, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Carpenter. Councilor Newbeezer. Sorry for missing you up there.
All good, all good. Yeah, no, I just wanted to say I appreciate the work. I wanted to, yeah, I don't want to see us move backward. I am frustrated, I think, for the reasons that Councilor Grant brought up, and for, I guess my other, and this is partially a comment, partially a question, is I'm glad that we negotiated this sort of fail-safe, at least as I see it, around if they don't deliver the IZ by December 27, if I'm getting that right, that they basically start to pay a fee into the Housing Trust Fund. I guess what I'm struggling with is we were supposed to get these units by this summer, if I'm, as long as I'm not messing up my dates here at a late hour. And so why don't we get, or did we advocate for, I guess is my question, and maybe this just, we landed somewhere different in negotiation, that payment starting over the summer. I guess that's what I'm struggling with in terms of supporting this. Yeah, and just the idea too that we're in a position now, and I'm no housing developer and certainly no expert on public-private partnerships, but just again, going back to Councilor Grant's point, that we're in the position of they took IZ units, filled them market rate, and then say, well, you don't want us to kick these people out of their homes, do you? And it's well, of course not. But it puts us in a really difficult position that doesn't feel particularly great from my perspective at least. So I'm wondering if you could speak to that a little bit. Yeah, and then maybe I'm getting punchy because it's like, what is it? It's coming up on 11 here. But Councilor Bergman, to your point, I think it's also important to remember, while I appreciate partnerships with anyone, city government and private developers or whatever other context, designated agencies, et cetera, these folks are making money. This is not charity work. This is a professional relationship, and certainly folks are not doing this out of the goodness of their heart. So while I want us to, obviously maintain a mutual respect and develop that, I also don't want us to forget as a community that we do have oftentimes divergent interests, and we've got to be really, I think it's our job as a council and in city government to be skeptical constantly on behalf of the public's interest. So I thank you for saying that, because it's certainly not charity work.
Great, thank you, Councilor Newbeezer. Some of the issues you bring up take me back to Councilor Carpenter's comments. So in the world of financing projects like this, a bank will typically lend $120,000 to $125,000 per affordable unit. It costs approximately $400,000 to $500,000 to build that unit. And so these individuals are not relying on any other subsidies to get there. So in the original plan, there were no IZ units planned for the South Tower, but because the project got delayed and had cost overruns, we had put an original fail-safe in to move some of those units to the South Tower. That then, if we had allowed them to have the IZ units in the South Tower, that would have jeopardized their funding of the South Tower. So what can happen is a financial institution can do what's called a partial call, which is that they will call back some of the funds that they have loaned already. And that would have put the entire project in a much more fragile state. So again, part of the problem, I know, and I don't disagree with Councilor Grant or Councilor Bergman or you, Councilor Newbeezer. It's just that they are in this position right now where they can't lock down the funding to finish this project unless they are showing market rate income for what has already been built. And that's sort of the conundrum that they find themselves in right now. And we're trying to offer them some relief. In terms of them paying us right now for those units that are not available, that is something that their banks will look at. So that is the same as them renting those units out at affordable rates, because they would be paying the difference, thus decreasing their cash flow, thus showing a less stable borrower to their lenders, the financial institutions.
And maybe just to add real quickly, during the sort of these discussions and negotiations with the developer, we did consider and bring up a range of security mechanisms, financial ones, enforcement, etc. And I guess at the end of the day, it's a policy question, and this proposal that we have put forward with the amendment would be sort of ultimately advanced, given the range of considerations that we discussed. So yeah, just to add on to what Kara was saying, I think, the main goal here is to advance the project, help them proceed, and most importantly, help them deliver these 73 units of affordable housing on site in the downtown area. So, yeah, I know there is no simple answer to this question, but I can assure you we did discuss a range of possibilities with regard to this amendment.
Thank you. You all set, Councilor Newbeezer? You're at time anyway, so.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Councilor Sanchez-Parkinson.
First, I just wanted to thank Councilor Schachter for coordinating a 2-hour tour that we took of City Place. It was really incredible to see the progress that's being made. I wanted to point out 3 things. One, specifically related to this, I was particularly interested to learn more about the student housing when I was touring, and I was glad to hear that it is part of the affordable housing plan, and so I'll be following that along as we think about student housing and student, their experience overall within our city as well. 2 sort of unrelated, but given that we're on this topic of City Plays, one is I'm thinking how that's impacting the projects, the streets around it, given that we just learned about the plans for Cherry Street, there's Pine, and just how all of that is impacted. So how does the timeline for City Plays impact the street work that's happening? And then the other point, it was one of the things that as we were touring that was very obvious is like the number of workers that we have within these projects. And I'm thinking the same thing that will happen with SECORD development. We're bringing in hundreds of employees to be working and to be building our city. And so I'm also thinking about workers' rights, how we're engaging them as residents, many of them here for a number of years while they're working on this project. Many of them who live here, many who are visiting to just work here. So that is something that I'd like to think more about as we pursue these large projects. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak to this? Go ahead, Councilor Grant.
I just want to say that, again, I do understand the change that they need to make with regards. It would have been polite to give us a heads up before they rented out those units. Having them go ahead and rent out the units before we're fully informed just leaves a little bit of a bad taste. I think we're all in agreement that we need to support this, but just as a courtesy with regards to when these changes are starting to happen would be appreciated. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilor Grant. I think I'm going to try a voice vote on this one. All those in favor of the motion made by Councilor Travers indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? That is unanimous. Excellent. Well, thank you again. Thank you.
Thank you.
And it moves us to our last item, which is an ordinance, Consumer Protection, BCO Chapter 21, Article 1. It's coming out of the Ordinance Committee. I'm going to turn to Councilor Bergman for a motion and an explanation.
Thank you. I'd like to move to consider this a first reading, to waive that reading, suspending the rules regarding a referral back to the Ordinance Committee, and set this for a second reading and action for a date certain of May 18th, 2026, which is our next meeting.
Is there a second?
Have the floor back after a second.
I can second that.
And seconded by Councilor Litwin. Okay, the floor is yours, Councilor Bergman.
Thank you. So let's be really, I'm going to be really brief because it's really late. We did this in this way to give the owners of the lots and the gas stations an opportunity to speak here. They have had opportunities, there has been communication with them, but given the nature of this, and there's even been news stories about it, that was really important to have this not on the consent agenda. Something very different than what we passed for UVM, where they had been there, where they signed off on it, where the students knew that this was happening. You have a memo that explains the process. So I won't go into the details of it, but we have dealt with this a lot. And it's reflected in the language of the ordinance that tried but was not entirely possible to incorporate all the things that the resolution that sent it to us did that. At the end of the day, I think we were true to the intent that Councilor Litwin brought by bringing this forward, had around this being consumer protection. But you will see that, for example, the details about the notice for the holds of the gas stations cannot have
the specific details on it because every bank does it differently, and you can't have, it's an impossibility, right? So I would just point out that we have an effective date of July 1st, I believe it is, on this, and then the grace period afterwards. Our ordinances, if it is adopted, go into effect on the 21st day after publication. So if we adopt it next Monday night and it's signed and then published in 7 days on that Wednesday, which may or may not happen, maybe it's the week after, you know, you've got a period of time that doesn't give a lot of advance notice. One of the reasons that I bring that up is, like for all things, that if there is a desire for more time, an amendment on the floor, or, you know, and circulating it before in terms of the time, I think I would personally be open to that if that is desired. But there, because of both the delayed effective date and the fact that there are these, you know, grace periods, there's a long grace period, I'm not sure that that's necessary, but that's something that I just want to put on the table. This is longer than I thought I should and would give, but you can read it all and we can talk about it next week. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bergman. Who else would like to speak to this item? Go ahead, Councilor Litwin.
Yeah, mostly I just want to thank the Ordinance Committee for giving such attention to it, and also I thought after I read it that it was very true to the intent, really, which was to improve the experience of our community when they are filling up their gas. Primarily, that the folks who are mostly impacted by this are tend to be folks with limited credit or limited access to bank accounts, or unlimited incomes, and we should be protecting all of those folks, including many of my older neighbors who are on fixed incomes. And then in terms of the parking rates, you know, I think you, or the private parking lots, I think you nailed it, really, with just sort of getting a lot more fair with what's going on. And anybody who's walked into or driven into one of those lots downtown that is not a city-owned lot can see how easily confused any member of the driving public could get, and the sheer number of like tiny font signage all over, contract signage. I mean, it's laughable, honestly. And it's resulted in a lot of difficult situations for folks and spending a lot more money than they would in one of our wonderful city garages, which has a lot more accessible rates. So I hope that this just makes it fair for folks to make the choice that makes sense for their pocketbook, I guess. So I'm perfectly happy with this, and I thank you immensely, Councilors Barlow, Carpenter, and Bergman, for laboring through it. So thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Litwin. Who else would like to speak to this? Councilor Carpenter? Oh, no. Well, I didn't know if you were signaling me. Well, you certainly don't have to. So if no one else wants to speak to this, we'll go to a vote on it. All those in favor of the motion as read by Councilor Bergman, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. And that completes our deliberative agenda that we said we would suspend our rules to do. So with no further business, I will adjourn us at 10:55.